I cut myself off from the rest of the room. I know that time can heal it all if you're patient and soon it can all be worth it, all the searching. Pain is never really permanent, but damn it hurts, man. I could feel all of the turbulence and it's concerning. I've been searching for a purpose, I hope it's worth it. This society is really trying me. Ain't no hide and seek, I hide to be far from anxiety. I need my space, I need my privacy. I need some silence, please, you're all too loud. You don't speak quietly, opinions violently thrown across every surface. It makes me nervous. Is the world honestly burning? That's all I'm learning. Hope that we can make a turn and start reversing all our minds and put the work in. We got some work, man. I can hear the demons call when they do what they do. And now I feel like taking off, find a place with a view. The pain is never gonna stop if it's controlling you. I know that time can heal it all, I just gotta get through. I just gotta get through, I just gotta get through. Cause I feel like taking off, find a place with a view. The pain is never gonna stop if it's controlling you. I know that time can heal it all, I just gotta get through. I just gotta get through. Gotta get through this, life is a nuisance, tie up some loose ends. I try to be human, find a solution, my evolution. A place like this, it didn't exist, we made it like this. So you can go pick the bad or the good, got a glass halfway. I know, it's easier to hide than just to lay low. Not everyone in life has got a halo. I'm standing in the red inside a payphone. Just wanna break, no, I'm not gonna give in. Take a last shot, Michael J. Win. No, I'm not a robot, I'm in my own skin. Never get lost when thoughts pull you in. I miss the old you, we died with a purpose. All the energy around me felt nervous, scared I would pop off fast to the surface. Had to cut it off before you made me worthless. Torn apart, I've been torn and scarred. I had a given art, but now I'm thinking smart. I'm keeping up my guard, I'm hiding every card. A royal flush of love, you never know what's hard. With a back to the mat, gonna see where I'm at. I'ma fight like I'm mad, I'ma be something that they can never be me. Nice try, but they'll see I achieve everything while they stay salty. I can hear the demons call when they do what they do. And now I feel like taking off, find a place with a view. The pain is never gonna stop if it's controlling you. I know that time can heal it all, I just gotta get through. I just gotta get through, I just gotta get through. Cause I feel like taking off, find a place with a
some food in you. Step 3, think real hard about what you wanna be. Step 4, everybody just do your thing.
Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. 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 Yo, set your affirmations, aspirations. I got shit to do, the aftermath of preparation. Good food, good mood, blood in circulation. One step at a time, yeah, that's how you make it. Set a goal you control and the steps you take them. I try to pick one thought, have some concentration. And if I make a mistake, it's called education. I try to do this every day, call it replication. Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. 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 So life ain't easy, yo, I think there's a reason though. Ups and downs, just like every different season, yo. Sometimes I'm high, other times I'm barely breathing, though. You always gotta fight and hide from the demons, yo. Negative thoughts are poison, they rot. Head full of flaws, so here come the clouds. They'll never stop unless I can swap all the bad for the good in my head when I'm lost. Yeah, so I'ma fake it till I make it. Positive thoughts are overtaken, I got patience. One day at a time is how you operate a cadence. A flow, you grow, you show yourself a foundation. Stay away from all the shit that causes temptation. I know that I like to do it cause of sensation. I live my life in my head like a narration. Don't expect greatness, do my best, man, I'll take it. Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. 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 Wake up, today's gonna be a good day.
Wake up when they gon' rise in the sun. Step 2, get some good, some food in you. Step 3, think real hard about what you wanna be. Step 4,
We have a couple of technical difficulties like no laptop, but there is one now. This is the innovation session, and we have a couple of exciting speakers lined up. And so I'm very happy to ask Deirdre O'Reilly to come. Wait, who's first? Hein. Hein, you're first, right? I'm going to ask Hein to come up to present on a very cool topic. More technical difficulties, sorry. There we go. Hein, over to you.
Good morning, everyone. Okay. Hope you've all had your coffee. So I'm going to keep this simple and hopefully short and sweet. Okay. My presentation this morning is entitled The Dosimetric Comparison of Single Fraction Gamma Knife Stereotactic Radiosurgery compared to Linac-based stereotactic radiosurgery. As we know, for stereotactic radiosurgery, we require very good geometric accuracy and precision. This is, of course, because we want to hit the target correctly every time. Secondly, we need very good dose conformity, especially the high dose that we want to shape to our target. And then thirdly, we need a very steep dose gradient, and that is, of course, to spare any normal tissue that's surrounding our target. Gamma knife is a well-known modality that can achieve these three requirements for stereo, but unfortunately, the availability of gamma knife in South Africa is very limited. That's because there's just one gamma knife unit in the entire country, which means it's difficult for people to travel there. It means the time that's available on the machine is also very limited. And thirdly, especially in this country, people might not be able to afford the treatment or might not get authorization for the treatment from their medical aides. So that leads us to the objective of our investigation. We wanted to look at if there is any differences, dosimetric differences between gamma knife plans and stereotactic VMAT plans planned for a Linac machine. So what we did is we identified 15 patients who had received single fraction stereotactic radiotherapy on the gamma knife unit, especially for intracranial tumors. These patients had their targets delineated on the gamma plan treatment planning system, as well as the organs at risk based on their MRI images for that study. So for our 15 patients, the tumor sizes range from 2.5 cc's to about 36 cc's, with the average tumor size of 13 cubic centimeters. The tumors included meningioma, trigeminal schwannoma, and acoustic neuroma. These are also tumors that we treat very frequently on a Linac as well. The doses that were prescribed range from 12.5 gray to about 18 gray in a single fraction, with the median prescribed dose being 15 gray. So what we did was we export the absolute dose distribution from GammaPlan along with the structure set and the MRI images, and imported that into the Eclipse treatment planning system. We planned non-coplanar VMAT plans for a variant trilogy Linac with 6FFF and HD MLCs. We used a fine dose grid calculation and also unit density body structure in order to calculate on the MRIs. And this is actually similar to what GammaPlan does. So those are comparable. In order to compare the Gamma Knife plans and the Linac plans, we looked at some plan quality metrics. These included the tumor coverage, the Paddock conformity index, the gradient index, the modified gradient index, and the normal brain volume receiving 12 gray. We also looked at the beam on time for the Linac and the Gamma Knife plans in order to evaluate the treatment efficiency of the two modalities. We performed two-tailed t-tests in order to determine any statistically significant differences between the metrics from the plans. Just a quick overview of those metrics for those who don't know. The target coverage, or the tumor coverage, is defined as the volume of the overlap between the PTV and the prescribed isodose. You can't see the pointer, but it's the shaded area there in the middle of the little picture. The Paddock conformity index is the target coverage, so it's the volume of overlap between the PTV and the prescribed isodose divided by the PTV volume, multiplied by the volume of overlap again between the PTV and the prescribed dose, but this time divided by the prescribed isodose volume. So ideally these two matrices, if it's a perfect plan, you'll get a value of 1, which means you've got perfect target coverage and perfect conformity of your prescribed isodose. The definitions of the gradient index, as defined by Paddock, it is the volume of the 50% prescribed isodose divided by the volume of the prescribed isodose. So that's a metric of your dose gradient or your dose fall off. The gradient index is actually a metric that is common and mostly used for gamma knife plans. So therefore, an ideal dose gradient or gross gradient index should have a value of less than 3. There are quite a few studies that found the gradient index is not an ideal metric for LINAC plans. So therefore, Otakara suggested we use the modified gradient index, which is defined above. Okay, now on to some results, and I think a picture is always nice to show comparisons. So on the left, we've got the dose distribution from a gamma knife plan, and on the right, we've got the resultant dose distribution from a VMAT-based stereo plan. What I'm showing there is the dose distribution for a plan that's 15 gray in a single fraction. So the blue isodose is the 7.5 gray, going all the way up to 18 gray in red. So what we can see, if we look at the gamma knife plan and the LINAC plan, is that the dose distributions are very similar in shape, and we managed to hit the target and conform to the target. However, it's quite obvious on the the gamma knife plan on the left that the dose conformity is much tighter to the target than the LINAC plan on the right. What we can also see on the gamma knife plan is that the region of high dose is much larger in the gamma knife plan, with the dose maximum from the gamma knife plan being 27 gray, which is almost double the prescribed dose of 15 gray. But on the LINAC plan, the maximum dose in the PTV is only 18 gray. So if we look at the DVHs, that might help a bit as well. In the red, you've got the LINAC PTV coverage. As you can see, the dose distribution within the PTV is much more homogeneous as compared to the gamma knife plan, which has got a wide range of dose within the PTV. If we look at the organ at risk, I'm displaying here the brainstem in yellow. Again, the curve to the bottom left is the gamma knife plan. That just shows that the gamma knife was able to achieve less dose to the brainstem. In this case, the brainstem got a maximum dose of 5.6 gray, and the LINAC plan, which is the second curve, ends about at 9.4 gray, which again means the LINAC plan was not able to spare the brainstem as much as the gamma knife, but the 9.4 gray is actually within the prescribed dose tolerance for the brainstem, so technically this plan passes. Okay, so that was just one example. So if we look at our 15 patients as a whole, what we found was actually the VMAT plans had improved target coverage and conformity index as compared to the gamma knife. So the VMAT plans had target coverage index of 0.98 as compared to the gamma knife, which was only 0.94. The difference was found to be statistically significant. The Paddock conformity index for the LINAC was better at 0.79 as compared to the gamma knife 0.74, again, statistically significant. If we just actually look at the cases individually on a graph, so the graph is for the patients from patient 1 to patient 15, ordered in increasing volume of their target. So on the left is the tumor coverage and the Paddock conformity for the gamma knife, and on the right it's the same for what you would notice there is conformity index actually decreases for the gamma knife as your tumor volume increases, which means the gamma knife does not have good conformity as the tumor volume increases. And we found that trend to be statistically significant or true. If we look at the dose distributions throughout the PTVs for the individual patients, again, the gamma knife is in the beige color with the VMAT plans in blue. For all of the gamma knife patients, we saw a wide range of doses within the PTV. All were clinically accepted at the time for the patient's treatment. But again, so the minimum doses can range anything from about 75% of the prescribed prescription, going up to almost 225% of the prescription, which means very, very high hotspots. If you look at the Linac plans in blue, they were much more uniform throughout all of the patient cases. This is the clinical debate that is always present in stereo is the high doses in your target volume for stereo actually a good thing? Is that what is causing the ablative therapy and then causing the remission in your tumor? But then you do have to deal with the neurological fallout from the necrosis. So perhaps having a more muted hotspot in your tumor volume is desirable, which is what the Linac can achieve. Looking at all of our patients, what we also found was that the gamma knife plans actually had improved gradient index and modified gradient index as compared to the Linac plans. So the gradient index for the gamma knife was 2.8, which is less than 3, which is always what was desirable, whereas the Linac is 3.4 for the gradient index, and that difference was found to be statistically significant. The modified gradient index was also better for the gamma knife at 3.4 versus the Linac, which was 4.3. Again, if we look at the individual plans and patients, gamma knife on the left, Linac on the right, what we actually see with the Linac is that the gradient index and the modified gradient index improves with your size of your target. And that is also the larger gradient index is something that was seen in international studies as well for the Linac. So one group actually explained this and said that the larger gradient index values for VMAT plans is not because of the larger 50% prescribed isodose volume, which is the dose fall-off, but because they all have smaller 100% prescription isodose volumes. So if you look at the definition, that's why they said they got larger gradient indices for VMAT plans. What we found in our study was actually not the same. Our volumes of 100% was the same for gamma knife and for the VMAT plans. But as I showed is we did actually have improved gradient indices for our VMAT plans as the tumor volume increased, and that's because our 50% volumes of the prescribed isodose actually decreased or improved with tumor volume. So what we concluded from that is that VMAT has improved gradient index for larger volumes and worse for very small volumes. Okay, then looking at the healthy brain volume getting 12 gray, we found that the two modalities were actually very comparable. There was no statistical difference between the V12 for gamma knife plans or for Linac plans. If you again look at the individual cases, the trend is the same for gamma knife and for Linac, so you can spare healthy brain tissue similarly on both modalities. And the last point is looking at the beam on time for the VMAT, and like many other international studies, we found that the VMAT plans had significantly quicker treatment times as compared to the gamma knife. So we calculated on average our VMAT plans would have a beam on time of about 3 minutes compared to the average treatment time in a gamma knife, which is about 2 hours, 121 minutes. Of course, that does depend on your source strength of your gamma knife unit and the dose rate, but even for the quickest treatment gamma knife plan in our 15 patients, the quickest treatment time was 45 minutes, which is still much longer than 3 minutes. So that brings us to our conclusions. We did a retrospective analysis on several patients who had undergone single fraction stereotactic radiosurgery on the gamma knife, and we compared them to VMAT plans. We found that the Linac-based VMAT stereo can achieve comparable target coverage, comparable conformity, and sparing of critical structures, the same as the gamma knife, and while providing superior treatment efficiency. What we did see was that the gamma knife had superior high-dose gradients, so which can better split normal brain tissue, especially for very small lesions. So we do recommend that if you do have the availability of the gamma knife, please use that for micrometastases, so very small targets, cranial nerves, and also maybe if you think you're going to be retreating your patient's brain multiple times in the future. And that's it. Any questions? See, Elaine's got a question. Do you want to use my microphone? It's got a cable.
Thank you, Juan, for the good presentation. I just wanted to ask something regarding for your Linac patients. What was the variable beam arrangements, or if not variable, what was the decided beam arrangement for all those patients? Sure. Thanks.
Thanks. Yeah, we actually decided to keep the beam arrangements all standard for all of the patients. So we limited it to a maximum of 4 aux per patient. The standard gantry, starting from gantry 0 going down to 180, depending on if it was a left-sided or right-sided tumor. With couch at 0, couch at 315, 45, depending on, again, left-sided, right-sided. So yeah, we kept it at half aux, for maximum of 4 aux per patient. Any other questions? Lawrence?
Is it working now? Was it Accuros or AAA?
It was AAA version 16.
Okay.
Yeah, we did have Accuros available, but we calculated on a unit density body structure. So Accuros and AAA are comparable in that regard.
Okay, so the actual question then is, do you expect your specific choice or your specific availability of your TPS and your Linac with its own capabilities to have much of an influence on the outcome? So if you were to do it on a different Linac or planning system, do you expect it would, I know it's it's out of the results here, but just a feeling on what you've seen.
Yeah. So what I am planning to do is actually to redo the study using a Versa HD and then compare the two. It all depends on your commissioning of your machine in your TPS. If your commissioning values for your Elector machine is good and you get good beam edges and everything, then you should be able to achieve the same thing for an Elector machine. And again, because we calculate on an MRI, which is not something we normally calculate on a treatment planning system, your calculations on a dose water phantom should be the same. Debbie?
I'm not asking a question, I'm just going to comment. Gamma knife is standard of care for very, very small lesions. So this can't be disputed in many ways. Your big problem with the Linac, right, is modeling of your small field. And then when you get to the really, really small, you'll have major uncertainty in your dosimetry. So, you know, that's what I would say.
Yeah, so of course this was just comparing
very
treatment planning systems, yeah.
To mention in this regard.
Yeah.
Cool. Thanks very much, Hein.
Thank you.
I think let's move on to the next speaker. The next speaker is Dr. Deirdre O'Reilly, and she will speak about predicting the unpredictable.
Good morning, everyone. Like you hear, my talk is about cervical cancer and predicting the unpredictable, which is unlikely. So if we think about prediction, what we are actually doing when we predict something is we are making a statement what we think will happen in the future. So our predictions is usually based on different variables that will influence our outcome. And then when we have the outcome, that outcome must either confirm what our predictions was, or we should adjust or change the variables that we base our prediction on. So if we think in the context of radiotherapy, and more specifically in my case, cervical cancer radiotherapy, the variables that can influence our outcome is something like tumor regression, organ motion, intrafraction and interfraction, and also the target motion or organ motion or the normal tissue surrounding your target. So in literature, we will address this problem by, for example, using full bladder protocols, or some people use empty bladder protocols to, first of all, reduce the dose burden to the bladder itself. We can push some of the small bowel, which is the organ at risk, out of the high dose region. And we can also decrease dose uncertainties due to the filling rates of the bladder. So if we think of treatment planning from a treatment planning perspective, there's a desire to predict what the volume or the diameter of our bladder will be, because then we know we can control that in the pre-treatment imaging stage, but also through our treatment for all the fractions. So the aim of my study was to do a thorough investigation of bladder volume variations and what is the influence of that variations on the primary as well as the nodal tumor motion using both the empty and full bladder protocols for cervix cancer. Okay, so in my study, I had 24 patients. 19 of the patients were treated and imaged with empty bladder, and 5 patients were imaged and treated with full bladder protocols. So in total, I had 626 data sets, image data sets, which I contoured manually, and you can see all the contours. It was the primary and nodal CTV. The nodal CTV consisted of the internal and external iliac nodes, the obturator nodes, and the presacral nodes, and the organs at risk was the bladder, the rectum, sigmoid, and the small bowel. So using these data sets, I did the analysis, and what I actually looked at was we compared an expected full bladder versus a natural filling bladder. We looked at the daily reproducibility of an empty bladder throughout your treatment course. We also looked at the full bladder predictability and reproducibility, the daily reproducibility of the full bladder, and also what will happen if there's a treatment delay when you have a full bladder, what will happen in that time. So for the empty bladder group of patients, these patients were, first of all, the plans that we used was done on an empty bladder scan, which is the second one that you can see. But for these group of patients, we also took 4 additional CT scans pre-treatment. So the first one is what we call the expected full bladder scan. So this means that we followed the protocol and we expect the bladder to be full. So the protocol that we followed was typically what you see in the literature as well. Upon entering our department, we asked the patients to empty their bladder, and we gave them 500 milliliters of water and wait an hour to acquire that first scan, which is the expected full bladder scan. Immediately thereafter, we asked them to empty their bladder and gave them another 300 milliliters of water. We took the empty bladder scan, and then in 20-minute intervals, like you can see there, we acquired the natural filling of the bladder. So with these group of patients, I looked at the first 2 points that you can see there. These patients were then also treated using an empty bladder, and daily combing CTs were required prior to each treatment fraction. For the full bladder protocol patients, what we did is we followed the same protocol to get a full bladder, so 500 ml of water, wait an hour, acquire 1 scan. But then we also waited 20 minutes and acquired another scan. So that was, if there was a treatment delay of plus minus 20 minutes, what will happen to the bladder volume in that instance? Because sometimes these patients sit at the LINAC and they can't be treated immediately 1 hour after they drank the 500 milliliters. So what happens in that treatment delay time? So we did this for 3 consecutive days, but this was all done pre-treatment. And then for these patients, we also had daily cone beam CTs, which was acquired prior to each fraction, and they were treated with the full bladder protocol. And that was the last 3 that you can see on the list was analyzed using these image data sets. So when we want to, or when we follow a full bladder protocol, we expect or we anticipate that the bladder will be full. But just to show you what happened, so this is the 2 worst cases of the patients. So for some patients, that was actually the case. The expected full bladder had the largest volume, but and like we expect, the 20, 40, and 60 was the natural filling bladder was less than that. But for some patients, like that one, you can see the expected full bladder had the smallest volume, and even a natural filling bladder, 20 minutes, acquired 20 minutes after emptying the bladder, had already a larger volume than the expected full bladder. Just to bring this into perspective for all the patients, so what we saw was that in only 3 patients of the 19 that I looked at, the expected full bladder had actually the largest volume. The CT20, which is 20 minutes of natural filling bladder, was larger in, I think it was 9 or 6 out of the 19 patients was already larger, and then for the CT40 it was 15 out of the 19 patients already had a larger bladder volume. So this indicates that the full bladder protocol might not fill the bladder as we anticipate or as it is intended to do so. Looking at the daily reproducibility of the full bladder, so for this I used the pre-treatment scans on the 3 consecutive days. So you can see that except for that patient number 3, there is really a large variation in bladder volumes. So the variations that I found was up to 280 mol difference from day to day. And in the literature, they state that the cervix and uterus can have 2 centimeters displacement per 100 milliliter of bladder volume change. So from these variations, you can see it can really have a significant impact on the motion of your target when there is a difference like this. To simulate the treatment delay, what you see here is, so we took the full bladder plus 20 minutes and we subtracted the full bladder to see what the difference is for each of these days. And you can say even for this, there was notable differences in the bladder volumes. The differences was up to 180 or 185 milliliters, which was the range that we saw. Daily reproducibility of both the empty and full, so the blue bars indicate the empty bladder patients. That is the average volume over the entire treatment, and the green bars is the full bladder patients. You can see the diamonds indicate what the pre-treatment volume of the bladder was. Okay, so our group mean, the intra-patient variability of the empty bladder patients was much smaller than that of the full bladder patients, so that indicates that the empty bladder was more reproducible throughout the course of treatment. And if you look at the difference between the pre-treatment, the diamonds, the pre-treatment volume and that of the average volume during the treatment, you can see there's a larger difference in the full bladder group. Okay, so there's different factors that can play a role, but this also showed that it was more difficult for the patient during the treatment to actually get the bladder as full as it was before treatment started. Another interesting thing that we saw is, so the blue squares is the empty bladder patient. So this is the group mean bladder volume. The first one is pre-treatment, and then for the rest of the treatment, each treatment week, we took the average of that. So you can see for the empty bladders, which is the squares, it is relatively reproducible, and also the pre-treatment volume could be reproduced. In the case of the full bladder patients, which is the green triangles, you can see there was a definite decrease in bladder volume, especially in the 3rd week of treatment. That was more or less a 30% reduction in bladder volume, which can be due to brachytherapy, chemotherapy, but this is a significant drop, which can also, when you get to a stage where you want to adapt, which can maybe prompt in that third week, you should adapt your plan and to take that into account, because that will definitely play, have an influence on the target motion. Okay, so that was the volume. So the organ movement was also evaluated or quantified. So what we did was, for all the cone beam CTs, was registered to your planning CT, which is your reference CT, and all that contours were copied back to your planning CT. Using all that information, occupancy maps was generated. So the occupancy map is something that tells you what is the frequency of the structure relative to the reference structure. So the reference structure is the structure that was contoured on your planning CT. Okay, so as you can see on that image, the occupancy map, the red purple area in the middle is where there's 100% occupancy, and then it will reduce as it goes to the blue, green and blue, where the occupancy is much lower. So these occupancy maps were then used to quantify what the extent of movement was relative to your planning or your reference structure. I quantified the movement for the uterus, the cervix and the vagina, for all those structures separately, and I used 9 levels, as you can see there. So for each structure, I used 3 levels, and the maximum extent of movement was then representative of the movement of that specific structure. So if we look at the actual slides, you can see that is how the occupancy map looks like. So the movement was quantified in all the main directions, where the anterior direction was 0 degrees, posterior was 180, left is 90, and right was 270. And also for 15-degree intervals in between. So the extent of movement was quantified in all those directions. So from those maps, I generated profiles, like you can see on that figure. So these profiles tells us, for example, if you have a 0.5% or 0.5 occupancy probability, that means for 50% of your treatment, the extent or the movement will be at, let's say, for example, 10 millimeters from your reference CT. When you look at the 0 occupancy probability, that gives us an indication of what the maximum extent was for the entire treatment. Okay, so that is how I quantify the movement. So from that information, I generated radar plots. So you can see that is for all the different structures, and the empty bladder is on top, and the lower panel is the full bladder patients. Also indicated with the red circle is a 15 millimeter isotropic margin. That is just for reference. So what you see here is that the dark blue indicates 100% occupancy probability. So this gives you a visual indication of what expansion do you need to actually include the CTV for the entire treatment when you are looking at 100% occupancy probability. So then we also indicated is a 95% occupancy probability, which is the turquoise one, and then a 90% occupancy probability, which is the yellow one. So you can see there's a large difference going from 100% occupancy probability to a 95% occupancy probability. So let's just zoom into the 95% occupancy probability. So I've just overlaid the empty and the full bladder. So you can see when we look at the maximum extent of movement that we noted, there's really not such a big difference between empty and full bladder patients. There is, however, on the vaginal level, you can see there's a bit larger movement in the posterior direction for the full bladder patients. And on the uterus level, there was one patient that had a very large movement in the right direction, as you can see indicated there. But overall, it was really not significant, a large significant difference between empty and full bladder patients for movement. What I can also show you, I don't know if you can see it clearly, is the consensus guidelines from the literature states that we need 7 millimeter margins for nodal volumes, which was actually confirmed by my study. But if we go to occupancy probability of 95, we can even reduce that margins to 5 millimeters, which is also in agreement with what EMBRACE studies say when you have daily imaging and doing image-guided radiotherapy. So in conclusion, when we think about treatment preparation, which is a fundamental step in radiotherapy, when you decide in your department which protocol to use, you must use the one that is most practical. So in our case, and this is solely based on the bladder volumes, so we haven't looked at any dosimetric properties yet or outcomes yet. So from my study, it showed that the empty bladder protocol was the most practical in terms of time efficiency, executability, and also reproducibility. But we know from literature, and my talk later today will also confirm that there is a dosimetric advantage of using full bladder because of the everything I mentioned in the beginning, and also you can push some of the small bowel out of the high dose region. Like I said, for the organ movement, there was no significant difference between the empty and full bladder patients. And so at the end, we can say that treatment, you can purely base your treatment preparation on the organ at risk dose criteria and also the protocol executability. In our department, where it's a bit resource limited and we have a very high patient throughput, it's easier to use an empty bladder protocol because you can just ask the patients to empty their bladder instead of waiting an hour after consuming the water. So the last remark is, the true motion of tumor volumes is not predictable and is a result of complex integration of multiple organ motions which cannot be assigned to the bladder motion only. Thank you.
Are there any questions for Deirdre?
Very nice presentation. So just a question. So what we do in the UK, it's one form of adaptive radiotherapy that we have a plan of a day for bladder filling. So we have an empty, medium, and full bladder protocols, and we plan 3 plans. Is this not an option here?
It is actually an option. I have another talk later this afternoon. This was part of my study, my PhD study, so this is just the first part. So we are in the process of the clinical implementation of adaptive radiotherapy in our department, but currently we just, for cervix cancer patients, we just use a 4-field box plan, so we're not adapting in any way. So the question still stands, is it better to do full bladder but for 4-field box, actually that won't make a difference. But definitely one of the treatment strategies that I looked at was a margin of the day concept, where you have different bladder filling images pre-treatment.
Yeah, thank you, Deirdre. I think it's an interesting talk. The one thing that I have a slight problem is and getting back to your title, Predicting the Unpredictable. When you have a full bladder, how full is full? Because with an empty bladder, you can usually ensure to a large extent that the bladder will be empty when you start your treatment, and your treatment doesn't last that long. So, and I understand what you try to do with your 3 different CTs, but you don't calculate a filling rate of your bladder. So actually you don't know at which stage the bladder is predicted to be full.
But that's the point, because when you use a full bladder protocol, as it is in literature as well, you actually expect that bladder to be full, like I said. So the protocol that we used, or I used, is what most of the guys in literature also use. So when you drink 500 ml of water, for instance, you think the bladder is full. But it's correct what you say. We don't know if the patient drank coffee the previous night, or what happened that morning, or what she ate. That all plays an influence. And also, but the full bladder, there's a definite influence on the ability to achieve a full bladder, and that changes over the course of treatment. So that is why I say you cannot be entirely sure that when you say you're using a full bladder protocol, that you cannot predict, because it's not predictable. There's a large group of factors that plays a role.
Thanks, Deirdre. Very good. So, with the NHS, we are basically seeing stage 3 plus cervix here. So this is not the case in the UK, right? The stage of patients in South Africa is much worse. This could also have something to do with kidney function, right? And obviously the other important thing is that when it comes to stage 4, right, so the higher stages of 3, you need to worry about extension to the bladder, right? So we shouldn't ethically be trying to totally avoid the bladder, right? If you want to look at what you're asking, there's probably going to be piles and piles of data around prostate for that. I mean, I don't know that you would get that kind of data from cervix, right? 4-field box is standard of care. You're quite right, because you need major resources to do other things, or to, you know, you can't easily, for instance, do volumes unless you have PET-CT on every patient otherwise, and you need a lot of MRI to start getting more fancy, right? So I think what you're doing is very safe, but it's a very, very interesting study. I think these patients do have bladder issues, GUT issues, you know.
Yeah.
And I think that's maybe what you're showing here, which is very good work.
I agree, thanks very much. Pretty sure my bladder's not full with 500 milliliters, but I also won't ever have cervix radiotherapy, so there's that. The next speaker is Benedetto Savides. He's an intern at Tygerberg Hospital. He started playing around with Eclipse scripting, and that's what he'll talk about.
Morning, everyone. So I'm going to be talking about automating prostate radiotherapy treatment planning using Eclipse scripting. So modern treatment modalities like VMAT and IMRT have enabled the delivery of far more accurate and effective radiotherapy treatments than previous modalities like 3D and 2D. These more accurate treatment modalities require more accurate planning and more advanced calculation algorithms. The unfortunate cost of this increased accuracy is that the treatment plans themselves and the process to plan them become significantly more complex, with additional steps for setup and planning. So there are two types of automation, if you will: simple and complex. Simple automation works best with iterative tasks that have a series of well-defined steps and don't require any kind of complex decision-making. Complex automation would require a computer to think for itself and learning and making decisions about the tasks that it's been given. Varian's rapid plan would be an example of a complex automation for treatment planning, where it'll take you from an uncontoured or contoured patient CT to a complete and acceptable plan. Scripting is offered on most treatment planning systems, and it enables the user or the physicist to provide simple automation to assist in optimizing workflow in a department to save time and just generally help with the planning process. So when planning a VMAT plan, there are a series of steps that need to take place. So first, you've got to create your optimization structures, such as your PTV subtractions for overlapping PTVs and your organ at risk minus PTV structures and some control structures. Then you have to input the number of arcs for your plan. You have to set the start and stop angles for each arc. You need to set the collimator angles, and you have to then set uppers, lowers, means, as well as the accompanying priorities for each of these. So there are several steps at which a mistake can be made. Each of these is time consuming. So Eclipse scripting is a way that you can get around this, or scripting in general is a way that you can get around this. So Eclipse scripting is a C# based application program interface with plenty of free online resources like Varian's user guide and a very extensive GitHub page. And it offers 3 kinds of scripts. So you can have single file plugins, binary plugins, and standalone executables. So as Varian puts it, the plugins call Eclipse, and the plugins are called by Eclipse, and the standalones call Eclipse. So the single file plugins run through the native Eclipse environment on the current patient, or the currently open patient, and they're compiled on the fly, and they can't be used on the clinical system as of version 15.1.1. And then, as a function of that, they also contain no write access. The binary plugins come packaged with a precompiled .NET file. They also run through the native Eclipse environment only on the current patient, but they do provide an option for a user interface through the Windows Presentation Foundation. And these scripts carry with them approval, or script approval, which allows write access as of version 15.1.1. So for ours, this was an example of our interface through the Windows Presentation Foundation. The standalone executables run as, obviously, standalone .NET applications. They then use the Eclipse scripting API to call or to access ARIA's network and the Eclipse data and functions. They can be programmed as either console applications or with a graphical user interface, and they run separately to the native Eclipse environment but have no write access on the clinical scripts as they don't carry the necessary script approval. So what does scripting offer us? Well, so if you can do anything in Eclipse by clicking around in the TPS, then you can use a script to automate that process. So scripting started as a read-only, where you could use the script to pull information from your database, like a DVH for a completed plan. And then as of version 15.1.1, Eclipse now offers write access to scripts, which allow you to make changes to patient files, like creating plans, adding, subtracting volumes, stuff like that. So the automation of simple processes using scripting is one way that one might be able to improve workflow in the clinical environment. So our goal with this project was to develop a binary plugin script that would automate certain aspects of the whole prostate treatment plans for both whole prostate and whole prostate with seminal vesicles. As part of that, the script would then have to create the necessary optimization structures, define the necessary machine parameters, define the dose objectives, and then we opted to have it initialize the first round dose calculation and optimization. So to start with, you would then, on any Eclipse workstation, open the script wizard. This little interface will pop up, and it'll give you the option to select either a single file, binary, or standalone executable. When you do that, as we did for the for the binary plugin, it'll open a C#. It'll generate a C# file with all the necessary packages preloaded for you. So then, this is a little example. Well, this is an example of some of the stuff we did. So at the start of our script, we then check to see whether or not a patient was actually open. If the patient is open, we then use this line of code to begin modifying the patient file. So then next, you can create a course plan and name it, and same for a treatment, same for the treatment plan, and give that a name. So then the next step would be to create our optimization structures. For this, we needed, for the whole prostate plans, we needed one subtraction volume for the PTVs, and for the whole prostates with seminal vesicles, we needed 2. Those would be PTV low minus PTV high, and PTV low minus PTV mid. Then in both cases, we needed subtraction volumes for the organ at risk minus PTV low volumes for the bladder and the rectum, and we added a control structure. So that's how we added those. As you can see, it's simple, single line for adding those structures. So next, we needed to initialize the machine parameters, such as the addition of the VMAT arcs and the associated angles, collimator angles, and then fitting the collimator to the desired volumes. The chosen dose constraints were compiled by an experienced oncologist in our department based on studies, and these are the same ones that are used by the planners in the department. As the script only performs the first round optimization and dose calculation, we thought it would be better to prioritize the PTVD 98% coverage to provide a good starting point for then subsequent optimizations. This comes with the drawback that your organ at risk sparing ends up being quite poor due to the first round optimization, but this can then be corrected with subsequent optimization runs. So again, very simple to add the machine parameters, add your isocenter, add beams to your plan, fit your collimator to your structures, and to add your dose objectives. So so the first round dose calculation and optimization can be performed manually by the planner, or you can opt to have that done by the script as we did. And these are how you would then set your dose calculation algorithm and optimization algorithm for your plan. So first round results for the whole prostates, which were 60 gray in 20 fraction simultaneous integrated boost plans. We had decent coverage for these, and our organ at risk sparing wasn't actually too poor for these, but we did have a failure here. The majority of the cases for the organ at risk sparing were met, but as you can see, there's one that didn't quite make it. Then for the whole prostate with seminal vesicles, these were 68 gray and 25 fraction simultaneous integrated boost plans. Our PTVD 98% coverage was also quite decent, but our organ at risk sparing was significantly worse, but this was expected. So these were the volumes that actually ended up passing, but the majority of them ended up failing. So what can we conclude from this? Scripting is an effective tool to be used in conjunction with and by the planners. It's not meant in any way to take over their job. It does help optimize the workflow by saving time on these sort of simple iterative tasks. So some ideas that we may have for our own department are expanding the script that we have to run for more complicated treatment plans like head and necks, where you've got significantly more optimization volumes that would need to then be added. So just some of the resources that were used, if anyone might actually be interested. GitHub is a very large repository for a whole bunch of example code, and it's a great starting place. Just thanks to my supervisor and my head of department. Any questions?
I see a question, Billy.
Thanks. This was really, really interesting to see. Have you gotten to the point to quantify the time gains compared to maybe what a planner would do on a regular basis, how fast they do it versus how fast the script does it, or not yet?
We didn't really get to that point, but just running through, obviously, the testing phases for this kind of stuff, it generates the optimization structures for the whole prostates with seminal vesicles, where I think it's about 5 or 6 new structures. I think it did that in about a minute.
Very, very nice. I'll definitely go back home and try to do something similar. So can you combine this with rapid plan? Is there like...
I genuinely don't know if that is even an option.
So I'm pretty sure you can eventually. We're only getting rapid plan now. Yeah. Any more questions for Ben? If not, thanks very much.
Thank you.
We'll move on to Liebner on commissioning Ray Station.
Good morning, everyone. Today I'll be talking about the commissioning and the validation of the Ray Station treatment planning system. So this was a project that was done in conjunction with Prime Equipment. You will also see the name of Quentin Africa on here. He helped me, and as you all know, he is a glorified physicist. So, yeah. So the outline of the talk is pretty standard, but I thought instead of presenting some methods, I will present some of the user experience, especially for the modeling interface part, and also a profile comparison tool to evaluate the results. So just as an introduction, Ray Station is a flexible, innovative treatment planning system. It's got a lot of different features: automatic planning, adaptive therapy, multi-criterial optimization, machine learning, fast and accurate dose calculations, etc. But this is not what we're going to cover today. Today I'm going to focus more on the model commissioning. As you all know, usually one would collect data of your machine, you would import it into the treatment planning system, and then you would generate a BE model for the planning system that can replicate the behavior of your machine. So once again, for this talk, for this study, it was to tune the model to measurements and also to verify the dose calculations based on guidelines from the medical physics practice guidelines from the SAAPM. So this is basically what we will cover today. So into the modeling interface from a user experience, I think first for me was definitely the modeling is back to basics. It's back to physics because you get a complete breakdown of all the linear components, and all of those are tunable during the modeling phase. So if you follow the beam of the radiation from the different sources of radiation, the primary photons, the flattening filter, primary electrons, flattening filter electrons, etc., the jaws, the MLCs, anything that can affect how your model predicts are tunable. So that was quite nice to see. This is just a screenshot to show from the modeling interface. Don't have a pointer here, but you've got your different sources of radiation. For instance, you can change the effective distance to the source, the width of the weights of the sources, and all your all your JAWS and MRC parameters, etc. This is only for the fluence, and then you've got the energy spectrum, the off-axis, and output factor corrections, etc., etc. We won't be able to go through all of it. But I think the point is here is every little, or not every little, every parameter in your treatment head is tunable during your modeling process. So how to, with the modeling steps, there's certain steps, and here there's some good guidelines and manuals on how to tackle the modeling. But there's also this article from the Journal of Applied Clinical Medical Physics, which basically clearly defines the steps on how you can start with your modeling, how you can go through. For instance, you can start with your PDDs, match them with by tweaking the photon energy spectrum, and so on and so on. It's got a clear recipe of what you can follow to during the modeling process. For instance, for the penumbra of small fields, also if you tweak the width of the primary photon source, you can nicely change the angle of the penumbra to get it to fit your measurements. So there's clearly defined guidelines on how you can tackle this, but also there is auto modeling steps in the modeling process. Nice thing that I thought of this was that even though it's auto modeling, the different steps was broken down into different steps. So you can basically, for instance, if you start with the energy spectrum and you're maybe struggling to fit it to your measurements, you can go to the auto modeling and just run the energy spectrum part, and thereafter, if you like, you can continue to do your modeling manually. So from a user experience, it was broken. There was different steps on this, which was quite nice. It's not like you're starting with the calculation and the model calculates for 5 minutes and it kicks out results, and you have to go with that. Also, something that was nice that I found nice is that you can exclude some of the imported data. So, for instance, you can exclude some of your curves if you are going for maybe for a smaller model that favors smaller fields. You can exclude your large field scans, your 30 by 30s or your 40 by 40 during the modeling process. So a different feature which I thought is unique was the use of arbitrary fields. So basically, if we import our commissioning data for certain machines, it's just JAWS only fields that you import. But with this feature of arbitrary fields, it allows you to import MLC-shaped fields or modulation fields into the modeling workspace, which you can then use to fine-tune your MLC parameters, which is a unique feature. So here you can import any field. It can be an IMRT field, it can be a picket fence field, it can be a butted fields or the chair field, or whatever MLC shaped field you want to use to fine-tune your MLC parameters in the model. You can import into the modeling workspace, which is quite unique. This is an example of one of the MPPG fields, the large mantle field, the MLC shaped field, which you can import, and then you can actually see how your model is performing compared to this measurement. So in here you will see there's the blue line is the model, and the red line was the actual measurement for these fields. I should just perhaps mention that the arbitrary fields that you import is profile. So it's PDDs and cross-plane in-plane profile. So it's not fluence. It's only profile fields. So also there's a lot of scripting availability in RayStation. So in order for you to get these arbitrary fields into the modeling workspace, you use scripting for that, which was also quite nice. I'm not going to go through all of that. If you are experienced Pythoner, it would be easy. It took me a while, but eventually, once you get the hang of it, you can use this to get your fields into the modeling workspace. To compare the profiles, we use the scan dose match software. So you can export your curves, your dose calculations, you can export into one .csv file from the planning system. And then, unfortunately, there's no gamma analysis in the race station, but this was done in the dose scan match. So dose scan match is freeware. So if you are looking for a profile comparison tool, I can really recommend it to go and have a look. Also, like I said, your files are coming, it's one file at the load, and there's a drop down, and you can just choose whatever field it is you want to compare with your measurement, whether if it's a PDD or profile, and it's just 2 clicks, and you can get your gamma results. Also, there's an option to set your gamma comparison settings to whatever you would like it to be. So looking at some results, PDD and profile analysis, basically, but there was also point dose results. The max deviation was 0.86%. And then there was 136 open fields and 15 arbitrary fields from the MPPG. So this is now a combination of your actual scanning data that you used. So it's a combination of model validation, but also verification, because the arbitrary fields is measurements that were done post-modeling, but then brought into the modeling workspace. So this is the results. The first one on the left for the blue, this was for the open fields. If you use a 1% 1 millimeter gamma criteria, so the mean value was just around 95%. This is the 25th percentile. So basically 75% of the values were 95% and up, but there were some notable outliers, which I will show in the next slide. But if you move on to a 2% 2 millimeter criteria, then the results are much better. And same for the arbitrary fields. That is for the 1% 1 millimeter criteria, and that is for the 2% 2 millimeter criteria. So the discrepancies that I mentioned in the previous slide, interestingly, from a 15 by 15 field size onwards to 40 by 40, there was at a depth of 28 centimeters in the PDD, there was a discrepancy more than 1%. It was within 2%, but it was more than 1%. So initially, I thought this is maybe an energy spectrum thing, so I tried to increase the higher end of the spectrum, which improved this, but it changed the rest of the PDD too much. So I decided to leave it as is, because that depth is not really clinically significant. Also, for large field sizes at deeper depths, there were some dose discrepancies out of the field, which was more than 1%, and in some cases even more than 2%. And once again, it's the trade-off of the model. I think most models will have some kind of trade-off. Yeah, it was the large field, so we decided to rather favor the smaller fields where we didn't have any issues like this. But like I said, this was only for the depth of 20 centimeters. The 10 centimeters and the DMAX scans were fine for these field sizes. So as a discussion, the scripting and the arbitrary field import is a bit of a learning curve, but I think it is a unique feature, because to my knowledge this is the only planning system that allows you to import these kind of fields into your modeling workspace. There is an alternative if you want to determine MRC model parameters. If you don't want to do the arbitrary fields import to tweak your MRC parameters, you can do some former chamber measurements, and this is defined in this article. It's the sweeping gap method, basically, where you increase the sweeping gap and you do measurements with your former chamber. Also, what's nice from this article is the MRC parameters that they gave in this article was also a good starting point for the modeling. This is maybe a bit a simpler method. The measurement can take you 30 minutes or so, and then you can also have your MRC parameters. But in my case, I think the arbitrary field route it was nice to do that as a user experience and to learn from the system. So during the modeling, you have to regularly optimize your output factor corrections whenever you tweak some of the parameters. In this results, only the collapse cone algorithm is shown, so the Monte Carlo will be next. There's also not the heterogeneity calculations as described in the PPG5 has not been done yet, so that will follow. And also the full post-modeling fluence measurements of the clinical cases from DG244 is still outstanding. So at this stage it was only profile comparison, but the fluence comparison will follow. It's definitely important to make sure that you have good measurements, especially now that you have all these tools to tweak your model to those measurements. It is crucial. This is just an example where the system complained about out-of-field MRC park positions that was not valid. So what I just did is to try and alleviate or allow this tweak the system to get going. I just changed the MRC positions. I just pulled it in, and this was the result. So the results show that obviously there was a large discrepancy between your measurement, the red one, and the purple one, the calculation. And that was just because I changed these MRCs. And one should be careful because, yeah, I tried to start to tweak the tongue and groove effect and all of that. And before I realized this was a simple mistake, but it just shows how important it is to have good and accurate measurements if you want to tweak your model to that. Okay, so as a conclusion, a race station allows for creating truly customized treatment planning models. I think from a physics point of view these days we are faced with standard models maybe, or a black box model that you are not allowed to change any parameters, or you cannot change any parameters. So not that I'm saying that is wrong, but from a physics point of view, this was quite rewarding to be able to tune your model the way you want. The auto modeling definitely helps a lot during optimization of the model. The arbitrary field import, or the MRC field imports into the modeling workspace, is a unique feature, and we achieved accurate dose calculations so far, mostly within 1%, and there was a couple that was within 2%, like I showed. Thank you.
Are there any questions for Liebner? Not all at once? Okay, in that case, thank you very much. So at this point, we're going to have a trade presentation, and so we have to do a laptop change. I think this is a good time to thank the vendor for organizing the conference, and to also thank the vendors for being here and supporting the conference. So the trade presentation is by Özgür Temel. He's a medical physicist from Electa. He's the oncology sales manager in sub-Saharan Africa. Some of you may have met him already.
Yeah, okay. Hello, good morning, everybody. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. Okay, good. So let me share my screen. So good morning, everybody, and thank you very much for giving us this opportunity to introduce the latest and current technological developments in radiation oncology industry. My name is Özgür Temel. I'm regional sales manager for Electa. And also my background is medical physics. Before I joined Electa, I had a chance to work in oncology clinics 10 years in Turkey. When we look at the global cancer incidence, this is keep growing. And by 2030, in coming 7 years, we expect 5 million new patients, unfortunately. And also, it is a 25% increment compared to today. And also, when we look at the population of the world growth, this is 1% every year, where the cancer is growing 2% every year globally. So we can say that the cancer becomes a global pandemic in this regard. And also, when we look at the access to radiotherapy systems across the world, what we know is that according to World Health Organization, every 1 million population do require one linac. So in Europe, every 1 million population has access for 5 linacs. In Asia, 1 million population has one linac. In North America, this is the biggest opportunity for the patients. Every 1 million population has 12 linacs. But when we look at Africa, there is a very big need, what we see. Every 1 million population has 0.3 linac. And of course, this number includes developed radiotherapy developed countries like South Africa, Egypt, and Morocco. Other than these three countries of the Africa, we can say there is a very big gap and the need for the radiation oncology access. So as Electa, we do offer a comprehensive portfolio for oncology solutions like neuroscience, especially our signature solution, which is called Gamma Knife. And also in oncology sites, we do offer a wide range of linear accelerators, which meets every clinic needs. And also another popular topic and the recent in oncology is
Can we have some sound issues on this system.
Okay, I can read, no problem.
Please let us sort them out quickly.
No problem.
Okay, let's try again.
Yeah, can you hear me clearly?
Please go ahead.
Right. So I do carry on then. So every clinic has have different objectives and different needs, and in this regard, some clinics they may have a heavy patient workload and they need a workhorse machine with VMAT and IMRT capabilities, and also some clinics may require an SRS and SPRT capabilities. So in this regard, we offer a wide range of linear accelerators solutions, starting from Synergy, which is the value performance model, and in the mid-range, we do offer Elekta Infinity and Elekta Harmony. And also, actually, I'm going to detail the Harmony a little bit in next slides. And also on the top of the range, we do offer Versa HD, which represents versatility and has the capability for IMRT, VMAT, and SRS SPRT deliveries.
Darkness and light. Left brain and right brain. Heat and freeze. Balance keeps the world spinning around. And balance is the inspiration behind our new linear accelerator, Elekta Harmony. Carefully designed to balance the technological demands of the hospital, leaving you free to focus on your patients. Elekta Harmony delivers precision as standard, with best-in-class MLC and unique image guidance solution. It unlocks perfect productivity with fast delivery and intuitive guided follow-me workflows, and enables more human connections with one-handed patient setup and optimized controls, giving you the information you need, where you need it, whilst staying at your patient's side. Everything in balance, without compromise. Elekta Harmony.
Right. Elekta Harmony comes with 160 multi-leaf collimators and agility multi-leaf collimator, and it enables IMRT, VMAT, and the 3D conformal deliveries as well. So the treatment field is 40 by 40, so it allows you to treat the wide field treatments as well, and also Elekta Harmony agility multi-leaf collimator used in the other Linux as well. So it enables physicists to rematch the Linux. So in case of, if you need that, you can easily switch the patient between two Linux. So this is the first clinical experience of the Harmony. Actually, this is a very nice coincidence where this is installed in Acıbadem Bursa Hospital, which this is where I started my medical physics career maybe 15 years ago. So in this center, my colleagues, my ex-colleagues replaced with Harmony with an old, another brand machine. So they had no experience before, but they easily reach 60 patients starting from the first month. And also what we know, currently they do 75, 80 patients per day in single shift. And also, according to their statistics, the total treatment time slot is 8 minutes. 8 minutes cover patient in and out room time as well. And also, majority of their cases are thorax, and because of the patient's profile in Turkey, and also the head and neck and the pelvic cases are easily treated with Harmony. And also, this is the second Harmony user in the world from France, Clément Ferron. And this is the existing Elekta user, and which is replaced with an old Elekta system. And also the Clément Ferron Center treats 7 patients per day, and also they have 8% of their patients treated with VMAT technology. And also they reported that the average treatment time slot is 9 minutes per patient. I can say that Electa Harmony is a real workhorse machine, and as there is a big gap in Africa in terms of linear accelerator number and the heavy patient workload, so I believe the Harmony is a perfect solution to match these needs. So, and also on the top of the range, we do offer Electa Versa HD linear accelerator, which also enables the SRS and SPRT deliveries. So one of the major differentiators for the Versa HD along with other Electa Linux is the IntelliView. So as you know, the VMAT fields is built with many small fields, combination of the small fields. So for the other solutions in the market, what we see, that each VMAT R, they can provide 180 control points. Control points are, as you know, the small subfields of a VMAT. But with the Electa technology, we can reach 1,024 control points for each R. So what's the benefit of having a 1,024 control points is that most of the cases can be treated with using single arc. So where the other systems do require minimum 2 arc to achieve optimum dose distribution. So delivering the treatment with using single arc is a real treatment accelerator, and also it significantly shorten treatment delivery time. And of course, the Monte Carlo and of course the treatment planning system is key. And also, this is, as physicists, this is our daily, this is the system that we are dealing with daily basis. So, Monaco treatment planning system comes with Monte Carlo algorithm. And as you know, Monte Carlo algorithm is considered golden standard when it comes to dose distribution. And especially, there are many, academic papers recommend that the SRS and the SPRT deliveries should be calculated with Monte Carlo algorithm because of accuracy. And of course, when it comes to SRS and SPRT, imaging is key. So the Versa HD also offers 4D image guidance technology. So we can, but we know that some lung cases, the tumor may migrate between sessions. So in this regard, we can visualize that how the tumor is moving, the target is moving while the patient is on the couch. So the 4D CBCT is real game changer when it comes to treating tumors which moves with respect to breathing and anatomical physiological motions. So the Electa Gamma Knife is invented by a neurosurgeon whose name is Lars Lexart before 50 years ago, and then it becomes a real golden standard when it comes to treatment in neurosurgical diseases. But of course, over the 50 years time, the Gamma Knife improved significantly, and too many academic papers and studies done with that. So, why we need Gamma Knife system? What we know is that the growing patient groups and the increasingly effective systematic therapies and the synergy with the immunotherapy brings the need for the Gamma Knife. So there is an obvious clinical evaluation is there. And also, technological progress with improved image guidance advances, and also the developments in the software, hardware, and the motion management systems were not possible yesterday. So the technological process really enables the SRS and the SPRT deliveries. And finally, there is also pressure from the society and healthcare systems around the world to provide more efficient care at lower cost with more satisfied patients. So implementing SRS and SPRT significantly shorten the treatment delivery session. So, and also it increases efficiency. So what we know, out of the town, the radiotherapy access is very limited. So the patients needs to travel to get SRS and to get radiotherapy treatment. With the conventional sessions, it may take weeks and days. So the SRS, with the help of the SRS, the patients doesn't need to stay in out of their home quite a long time. So there are a number of indications that can be treated with gamma knife. Here you can see what proportion of the patients are eligible for the gamma knife treatment for each of those indications. And also when we look at that 81 million population, we see that there are minimum 500 patients are eligible for gamma knife treatment. So based on this information, statistical information, we can estimate the need for the gamma knife for our country. And also, there are almost 3,800 articles represented, the most cited and influential SRS publications, out of which 2,800 are gamma knife articles. And also, the efficiency of gamma knife is seen through the lens of what the clinical literature tells us. So the vast majority of the most influential articles on SRS are from gamma knife users. And also, as the gamma knife, one of the key and one of the fundamental treatment modality, so you can see many clinical articles, and also this is, I would say, this is where the SRS and the SPRT delivery is born. So the principle of gamma knife actually is a basic. So the gamma knife contains 192 cobalt sources, and these cobalt sources sharply collimated to target to treat the tumor, and also these collimations are circular collimations, which also enables us for sharp dose gradient and the distribution. And also, as you know, this is a key when it comes to SRS and SPRT delivery, sharp dose distribution. And also, another technological achievement in oncology industry is MR-Linac. MR-Linac, in principle, is a combination of MRI system and the linear accelerator. So why we need MR-Linac? When we look at the 5-year survival rates, it is shown that safe dose escalation improved treatment outcomes. Moreover, hypofractionated treatment regimes improve operational efficiency and the patient experience. So combining Linac with MR allows us to visualize the tumors in crystal clear. As we know where it is, so it allows us to reduce the margins significantly, and also opens the door for the dose escalation. So, Unity has potential to improve the clinical outcomes by taking the full advantage of online adaptive radiation therapy. So we can visualize the motion monitoring in MR clarity, and also we do adaptive radiotherapy each and every session. So if the MR Linux is something not like conventional Linux. What we do in conventional Linux, in order to correct the patient position, we shift the patient. But here, each and every session, we don't move our patients. So the MR Linux codes not moving in vertical or and the lateral dimensions. So what we do, we visualize the target and the surrounding organs, and also we recalculate the dose distribution depending of the daily position of the target or daily shape of the target. So it opens the door for customized treatments for each and every patient. Also, not only, and also we use the MR advantage to evaluate the early response of the radiation therapy with a biological MR. So this is not only for IGRT purpose, this is also we use for MR evaluation purpose as well. So there's a rectal cancer case here, as you see. When we look at the CBCT image, we can hardly see the anatomical structures. The CT images shows clear anatomical structures and the borders, but when we look at the MR image, we can clearly see the tumor shape as well for a rectum case. So with CT-based system, what we do, we put large PTV margins in order to cover this rectum tumor. But with MR imaging, we see clearly the shape of the tumor, so it allows us working with much smaller PTV, and also enables us for dose escalation. So we will have better tumor control probability. Also, the MR Linux can fit for the most of the Linux bunkers. So only the pit should be 60 centimeters more. Other than that, it is suitable with most of the high energy Linux bunkers. So the brachytherapy, as you know, the brachytherapy contains three main components, which is the source holder, applicators, and the treatment planning system. So so we can offer two source options for brachytherapy. One of them is iridium and the cobalt. Cobalt configurations are more favorable for the countries where the logistic issues and the difficulties in place. So the cobalt source can last 5 years for clinical use, but the iridium needs to be replaced every 3-4 months. For that reason, if a source stuck in customs or logistics problem, then iridium source becomes useless. So for sub-Saharan Africa, we mainly recommend cobalt configuration. And also the applicators plays a key role. So, and also there are too many applications are available, as you know, from gynecologic cases to prostate and the breast and the bronchus to skin surface. So it is great that as a solution provider, we are happy to support all the clinical cases with brachytherapy system. So what we know that according to EMBRACE data, most of the gynecologic cases diagnosed at stage 2B, 75% of the cases stage 2B. So because of this clinical need, we launched an applicator which is called Geneva. Geneva is a great solution to treat the stages up to 2B. And also this is a very user-friendly system that can be disassembled and positioned inside the cavity easily with a single click system. And also for the advanced cases, starting from 2B to 4B, we do offer Venezia applicators where the interstitial brachytherapy applications can be done easily with Venezia system. So this is a nice clinical dose distribution for advanced cases using the needles, so we can treat bigger volumes with high precision. And of course, but the digitalization is everywhere in our world, in all industry, and also in radiotherapy, the digitalization is in place, and the oncology information system is a pillar for the digitalization. So the oncology information system that connects your radiotherapy to other departments like pathology and radiology, and as well as the oncology information system runs the workflow inside the radiotherapy department. We do offer Mosaic system as oncology information system to run your department and connect your department, and as well as the Mosaic Smart Clinic brings your workflow into your smart devices. Your smartphone, tablets, even the smart watches can be connected to Mosaic, so you can follow up your patient workflow from your smart devices. You can approve or reject, let's say, some papers and reports as well. So the Mosaic Smart Clinic is a technology that brings your workflow into your pockets. So thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to briefly introduce the recent technologies in radiation oncology, oncology industry. So I will be more than happy to have your questions. Thank you.
And engage with each other and the vendors. We're going to break now for coffee, and we'll be back at 1:45. Thank you very much.
Hi, Donovan. Can we do a test on my presentation, please? Hello.
So I can hear you, but obviously he can't. Yes, I can.
Okay, can you hear me at least? Okay, apparently I can't switch my video on.
And actually we hear an echo from you. Charlene is that probably, right?
Yeah, I think it's because there's two mics on.
Okay, so I mute myself.
Okay, Donovan, so should the video stay off? Then they just won't be able to see me when I talk. Is there a way for me to share? Let me just see. Share screen. Okay, let's see. Just tell me if you can see something.
Yes, I can see it. But it's not yet, it's still the working view, not a percent of view.
Is that better?
Now that's a percent of view, that's great, yes.
Okay, so if I scroll.
Yes, it's changing.
Okay, so that's working. Okay, so the sharing works. The only thing that doesn't work is the video. If you guys want to see me or not. I don't have the option to start the video. It tells me you cannot start your video because the host has stopped it. So you will have to allow me.
Yes, I'm getting the same message, in fact. It works.
Okay, so I can unmute and I can start video. Let me just share again and then we see if everything works. Okay. Let me just try the share. Okay, so you can see that.
Yes.
All right. So you can see me, hear me, and you can see the presentation.
Right. At
All
least
right.
I can. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Hans.
You're welcome, Julie.
Okay, I'm going to stop now and stop everything. Then you can test yours as well if you want.
Yes, great. Yes, I would love to.
Thanks.
Okay. So, okay, it's obvious it's using the correct camera.
Yeah, you're very black. Everything
Yeah.
is black.
Let me see. Yeah, it's the wrong camera. It's let me just check how I can change that. It should be, okay. That's much better, I guess. Okay.
Yes, we see you.
Yes. Okay. Maybe I have to first. All right, so this one is working. Now I have to test the presentation.
I see your screen, Hans. You must just do your presentation.
Yeah, which one are you seeing, in fact? Are you seeing the presentation or the presenter's mode?
It's the presentation, but it's got the next slide next to it.
Okay, so that's the wrong screen then.
Hello. Hans?
Yes.
So bene.
So can you now see the presentation?
I do not know why.
It's working, Hans?
Yes. Colleen, can you see the presentation now?
Yes, it's working on my side.
Okay, so and you are seeing the presentation, not the presenter mode.
Yes, the normal presentation.
Okay, great. So it seems to be working. Okay, so is actually the chair of the next session there or Vince? Because I have to make sure whether, I mean, in the program, I'm still occurring as, yes?
We can see your presentation, but It's not on this session.
Beg your pardon, there's a terrible echo, so it's not on this session. What do you mean by that? Hello?
Hi, Vince. I've got him on my program on the session before the trade presentation. to go into more detail about our ion chamber, it's operated using radionuclide-specific calibration factors for various measurement geometries. Now, our factors or equivalently calibration figures for 20 radionuclides we have standardized at NMISA through primary measurement methods. So in the table on your right, both tables list our factors for the radionuclides we have standardized at NMISA, and also to which international key comparison the work is traceable. So that is our CMC for that radionuclide. Now, we also, with the chamber, received the radionuclides from the manufacturer, which is traceable to British National Measurement Standards, and these are kept by the National Physical Laboratory, or NPL, in the UK. So for radionuclides that we have not standardized yet at NMISA, there's over 30 radionuclides that we are using their manufacturer's factors for. But because our chamber is operating at less pressure, it lost some gas a few years ago. So we've incorporated a normalization procedure. We normalized to cobalt 60 for our preferred measurement geometry, which is 3.6 mol solution inside a 5 mol glass ampule. So on the right, there is a list of the radionuclides we have calculated normalized factors for and their uncertainties. And at the bottom, there's a reference. You'll also see it on the poster, which you can read, which actually details this calibration and normalization procedure that we've adopted at our laboratory. So just for information, over the past 5 years, we've used the secondary standard chamber to calibrate molybdenum solutions, technetium 99M solutions, iodine 123 solutions, iodine 131 capsules, which we do most often for hospitals, and also solutions, and lutetium 177 solutions. So as you see, only 5 radionuclides that we've used this chamber for in the last 5 years. So we're hoping you will also send us some other solutions. So these calibrated radionuclides were then used as standards by the manufacturers or medical facilities to calibrate the dose calibrators at their facilities. So this collaboration work between NMISA and the facilities ensure accurate measurements of radionuclides used for patients that's undergoing cancer diagnosis and treatment. Now, in the next few years, in order to maintain the measurement standard and ensure continued calibration and measurement capabilities for the life science community, we are planning to participate, if possible, in some international comparisons. There's one scheduled for actinium-225. It's a K2 comparison where we will receive a solution from a pilot laboratory. And for the cesium comparisons, we have to standardize a solution and submit it to the international reference system for equivalence purposes and to maintain our CMC. So that is the work that is planned. So in a nutshell, I just wanted to inform you about our capabilities. So please make use of us. And then also, if you want to drop me an email with any queries, you're more than welcome. Thank you very much.
And he is Dr. Hans Rabus, and he obtained his PhD in physics in 1992 at the Freie Universität Berlin, Germany. Since then, he's been working with PTB, Germany's National Metrology Institute, after working as a staff researcher in the field of synchrotron radiation metrology for 8 years. He took the lead of the new working group, detector-based optical radiometry, and organized the first international key comparison of UV spectral responsivity. From 2002 to 2005, he acted as secretary of the UV Working Group within the Consultative Committee for Photometry and Radiometry of the META Convention. And after changing to ionizing radiation metrology in 2005, he chaired the department Fundamentals of Dosimetry from 2009 to 2020, pursuing research and redevelopment in cross-section measurements, nanodosimetry, track structure simulation, and ion microbeam-based radiobiology. From 2012 to 2018, he was leader of the task group on computational micro and nanodosimetry within WG6, computational dosimetry of the European Radiation Dosimetry Group, and chairs Eurados WG6 since 2018. Since 2020, Hans is senior scientist for simulation and artificial intelligence in medicine, and is coordinating PTB's metrology for artificial intelligence in medicine for M4AIM program, which comprises 14 early-stage researcher projects aimed at developing quantitative criteria for assessing explainability, robustness, and uncertainty of AI algorithms and metrics for data quality. Hans, it's a great pleasure to have you joining us online. I trust you will enjoy speaking to us, and we're really looking forward to hearing what you have to say. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much, Donovan, and hello everybody down under. It's my pleasure to be here at this conference and introduce to you our methodology for artificial intelligence in medicine program. Sorry for the title in the title here. Basically, when we think about quality dimensions of artificial intelligence, there's a host of them, like performance, like generalizability, like robustness, uncertainty, quantification, transparency, explainability, and so on, data quality, that was already mentioned. And the four quality criteria that I highlighted here are those that we identified as quantifiables and in need of methodology support. So here we can actually come up with quantitative metrics, and we come up with reference data and benchmarks for specific use cases. The M4AIM program at PTB is part of an initiative, a national initiative on digitalization of the quality infrastructure. And there's a project called QE Digital, which has 3 use cases, and one of them is artificial intelligence in medicine. And we are getting funding from that, and we are also getting funding from a junior professorship, which is on machine learning and uncertainty. And we put these funding sources together to set up a methodology for artificial intelligence program, which is executed in the frame of PTB's AI strategy, which has been published 2 years ago in German and English. And the program reports to our steering group on medicine, and is organized as a cost-cutting activity with the idea of creating a nucleus to developing competence on AI in PTB, also for quality assurance of AI, but at the same time also to enable our methodology services by AI and machine learning methods. The program at present has 10 PIs and 13 PhD students. And in the frame of our AI strategy, we have investigating several aspects.
So I think now there's no feed, right?
Sorry, I'm actually getting feedback.
But they can hear you. Huh?
Can I continue with the presentation? Okay, I assume yes. So we investigated different aspects, and one aspect was, of course, what is research needs related to this context of methodology and AI, and there were basically 2 categories. One was, can we build a quality infrastructure for artificial intelligence? And the second one was the natural one, can we use artificial intelligence for methodology? The program M4AIM is supposed to mainly focus on the topics on the left-hand side, namely explainability of AI, robustness of algorithms, uncertainty, and reliability and data quality assessment, because data are actually a prerequisite for assessing the performance of AI independently. Some of the projects are actually more focused on certain applications, but always with the idea that we would like to develop generic methods that can be used for other applications of AI as well. So this is basically how we see our ecosystem for the development of this M4AIM team, which is basically organized, located in different organizational units of PDB at both campuses in Berlin and Braunschweig. And we have a lot of external partners like the Charité, which is the University Medical Center in Berlin, or the Medical Center in Hanover, which is closest to our Braunschweig site, and a couple of other outstanding research institutes. Okay, I skipped over this slide quickly for the sake of time. This is a slide showing basically the team and the topic areas that we are covering. So the top row is the principal investigators, which are generally working group leaders at PDB. The second row is our postdoctoral research fellows, and the third row shows the PhD students. At the top, we have listed the topic areas. So there's one research project really on the foundations and the mathematical foundations of AI. A couple of total 6 projects are addressing clinical measurements in certain areas. 3 of them are related to dosimetry in radiotherapy. 1 is about clinical markers, and of course there are 3 projects related to imaging in CT and in MRI. The 4th row of the table shows the organizational units. Okay, it's just the numbers of units at PDB. And at the bottom, we have these funny compass needles, which are actually showing where the focus of the project lies in terms of the 3 quality criteria: explainability, robustness, and uncertainty. And on the left bottom side, you see the overlay of all these compass needles. So basically, they are more or less equally covering these 3 criteria, but the individual projects have their individual focus. Okay, this is the timeline. So the vertical bar on the left-hand side, that's basically one block is a year. So we are about 1.5 years from the start of the project. We had a review half a year ago where we invited external reviewers from the community to have a look at the project and advise us on potential re-steering. But the review was very positive. There were only 2 projects where there has been, which have faced severe difficulties and where a certain reorientation was necessary. One of the key features of our program is actually one person, which is Professor Stefan Haufe, who holds a joint professorship between PTB, the Technical University of Berlin, and the Charité Medical Center. And he has groups at all of these 3 institutions, and the groups cover different areas, as you can see on the labels of the rows, from clinical MEG and EEG data analysis to inverse modeling, explainable AI, and machine learning in intensive care. And the people listed here in blue in the 4th column are basically the students and the postdoctoral fellows coming from the M4AIM program. So we have a lot of projects, and I cannot go through all of them, obviously. So I will just jump quickly on a couple of them. One is a more fundamental one, and it's using at the process of learning, of machine learning, by quantitative metrics, the so-called Fisher information. And one of the key targets here is to investigate if you extract information from an image, how much information do you actually need from that image to get a robust training of a neural network. And the idea here is that for many training purposes, you need synthetic data because you cannot have enough patient data or even enough empirical experimental data, which is shown here as an example, is an artifact that is used in Germany for quality assurance of image quality in mammography machines. And it's basically a plate where the different squares are containing gold cylinders of different dimension and different thickness. And the current procedure for quality assurance is that you have to take 12 measurements of this artifact, and then you have to evaluate in how many of these fields that are on that artifact you can actually discriminate an image contrast. So what our colleagues did here is that they actually studied artificial synthetic reference data where they were just mimicking the gold cylinders and the squares, and then they were actually downsampling. And you see an example in the middle, which is a downsampled image from such a full image. And this is then used for training a neural network. And it turned out that it is actually possible by using this procedure to take only one physical measurement to establish a calibration curve for the image quality assessment. So that's one of these projects. Then we have a project related to model explanations in explainable AI. Explainable AI basically is you have an AI machine giving a classification, for instance, to decide whether an image is showing a lesion, an image of the brain, like you see on the top right corner. So, and what has been done here is that on a real image from a patient, a real MRI image, some artificial lesions were introduced, which you see on the second row of these black diagrams, which is basically the ground truth. Then a trained network was actually supposed to classify whether there is a lesion or not, and to tell the operator where in the image it was actually believing that the lesion was, and these are the so-called heat maps that you see on the top right corner. And the point is, how do you know that there's a proof that the prediction is correct? This is, of course, what the physicians want to know. And so our colleagues have come up with some very, very simple test images, which are shown here schematically in the second row on the right-hand side, where the ground truth, which is the second column, just has a very, very simple structure. And in addition, there's some additional noise added with a noise with a structure, and then the different techniques are supposed to explain whether they see something and where in the image they are believing that the structure is. And the different columns that we see here is basically different methods of explainability that are giving in this heat map information where they think that the relevant information lies in the picture, and you see that in many cases they are completely fake. So, and that's actually the motivation for this further work. So there are basically two big challenges. One is how to come up with the quantitative metrics for the performance of an explanation. And of course, the second is to develop better explainable AI methods with the idea of having explainability by design. All right, this is another very interesting project, which is actually based on an earlier big European project about hemodynamics. So probably most of you may know what photoplethysmography is. So basically, it's the idea of measuring blood pressure by one of these clips that you put on your finger, like you do in intensive care. We basically measure an optical signal, and from the optical signal, you infer whether there are some critical things going on with the circuvascular system. And our colleagues are investigating here the potential of invertible neural networks for robustness and mathematically founded explainability and uncertainty assessment. So basically, you have a very ill-defined inverse problem, and you want to use a neural network, an invertible neural network, to solve that ill-posed problem. And one of the challenges there is to get enough training data, and the training data are created by doing simulations, and this is then a complete world of its own, a complete world of problems of its own. So the idea is to build a reference database for the training of these neural networks. This is another category, and it's probably the king category of using artificial intelligence in medical care, namely artificial intelligence system in critical care, where in the ICU you usually have a lot of different data, time series, which are completely unsynchronized. Sometimes you have also only categorical data that are coming in addition. And it's completely, it's from the problem of machine learning, it's a complete nightmare. And a second big issue there is, of course, at least in our country, probably in your country as well, that it's patient data. You have a very high concern about data privacy. And so again, here the idea is to develop reference data sets of synthetic data where you expect no privacy concerns, and to develop quality metrics for such heterogeneous data sets. And regarding the first point, I don't have an example, unfortunately, but the first try to create this synthetic data is, of course, you have to use a neural network, a Garden structured neural network, which actually has to learn somehow how these data that would come from an ICU look like. And so the basic idea is that you use a generative adversarial network where you basically develop where you have one network which is basically guessing how a correct data set would look like, and the second one which is actually judging whether it looks like a real data set. And one of the first threats our colleagues were coming into was that this construction was actually learning, but when you asked it to produce a synthetic data set, it was basically producing data sets that it had seen in the beginning, like a lazy student who would just learn everything by heart. But now they have already found a way to overcome that issue. For imaging, there are several projects which basically all relate to the fact that you want to have either to handle noisy data or undersampled data from MRI, for instance, and or data that you produce by CT, where you actually reduce the radiation exposure and therefore get a worse contrast. And the ideas here are to use neural networks to assess the uncertainty of the image reconstruction and to develop methods for enhanced robustness of the reconstruction, for instance, by what is called physics-informed learning. And I have an example on that here on the next slide. So basically, the idea is when you do an MRI image, you are usually doing a measurement in case space, which is shown on the left-hand side. So in principle, you would have to cover the complete case space. Then you do a Fourier transform to real space, and you get a good image. If you undersample, as it is shown here, the Fourier transform gives you actually artifacts. And there are several classes of artifacts. One simply comes from the periodicity of the problem. and some are introduced in addition by noise, for instance. And what you can do in principle is that you train a neural network to correct this image with artifacts to an image that has no one. And this is definitely possible, but it has disadvantage that usually the prediction of this network will then also smooth away things that look like artifacts, like lesions. And this is solved here. This problem is evaded here by doing the following. You have a trained network that knows how to correct artifacts that come from undersampling. And then you Fourier transform back the image that is predicted by this network, and you fuse with the original measurement, which is now shown here on the right-hand side with these two arrows. In this way, you have created something like an artificially augmented measurement, and then you do the same over again. And it obviously turns out that if you do that several times in several iterations, in the end you are getting a very good image quality, which still preserves the relevant information, which is the lesions or things that are not that should not be there, signs of malignancies, while avoiding all these issues that you have with these imaging artifacts. Right, the three projects in radiotherapy are going in a slightly different direction. They are looking into the idea of creating synthetic reference data that you can use for training and testing AI algorithms, but doing that in a very efficient and fast way. You all know that in principle with Monte Carlo simulations, you can do radiation transport with any detail that you want, given that you have plenty of time. And the question is, how can we actually get the advantage of the details that we get from Monte Carlo simulations with the benefits of machine learning, which is the fastness of the calculations. And there are basically two different approaches followed. One is more or less essentially the same as was shown in the previous graph, that you create some full simulations, which may take for a long time, and you create some simulations that only basically assess only part of the information that you want to get. So one possibility, which actually did not work, but one first test was you just simulate photon transport, and then you expect the network to learn how to correct for the difference between the dose map and the kernel map. But there are further advanced techniques. For instance, if you are doing the same with particle beams, protons or carbon ions, you can look at the CIMA, the energy transferred by the carbon ions, and map that onto the final dose map. Further ideas are also explored, which are basically looking into this idea of doing variance reduction together with Monte Carlo simulations. Basically, that the network learns which regions, for instance, if you do regional variance reduction, which regions are well at the national and international level, particularly here in Europe, where the European Commission wants to have an AI Act regulating the use of artificial intelligence, not only in medicine in general, but medicine, of course, is one of these areas where there's a high risk associated with the use of artificial intelligence, which is why SAN and SANADEC, which are the European standardization organizations, are working heavily to address these requirements. And at the international level on ISO and IEC, there's also a lot of activity going on to develop standards for testing AI which are at the moment still on the level of the management and compliance and governance. But along the line, there's also expected to come standards defining exactly what criteria you have to use when you are certifying an AI-based product. There's another branch, which is a collaborative activity of the World Health Organization and the ITU, which has a focus group, AI for Health, which is developing benchmarks for testing AI algorithms as a kind of basis for organizing comparisons between them. Okay, the other activities that are shown here are basically collaborations with national players in quality assurance in Germany. There's a Fraunhofer Health Institute, which is a research institute which has a leading role in the standardization, and there's a Federal Office for Safety and Information Technology, which naturally is also involved. We are already also exploring potential for AI-related services, AI-related methodological services, where we are exploring basically the framework, which is either national or European solution. And the pioneering project there is related to providing a reference database for MRI images, so that AI algorithms analyzing these images can be tested there. All right. So, and one of the examples that was actually already from a precursor activity that led for the M4AIM program is the so-called PDB-XL database of electrocardiography data, which has been published I believe 2 years ago, and contains on the order of 20,000 records, fully annotated records of patient data that have been downloaded like 40,000 times for the evaluation and testing of AI related to ECG. We are also thinking about how to accompany the approval of AI-based medical devices and their certification in parallel to the product development, because many of the players, particularly the startups in Europe, are saying that the procedures that we have for approving and certification of medical devices are not suited for this vastly developing market of AI-based products. And we are engaged in a European project where one of the work packages is investigating means to do certification of AI medical devices in parallel to the product development. The project partners are, besides PDB, this Fraunhofer Health Institute, the TÜV, which is a certification body in Europe. It actually has activities worldwide, and an institute that was founded, which is called Institute for Innovation Center for Systemic Metrology, which is a kind of partner institute of PDB for more industry-related activities. And we are studying through use cases. They are starting with ECG data, where already this database exists that I presented in the previous slide, and the next step will be 2D medical images, and the final step will be multi-parameter data like bone intensive care. And the goals are short innovation centers and so on. So in the sake of time, I'm stopping now and would like to give you the possibility to ask some questions. Or if there's no time, no possibility to ask the questions now, here's my email address and also the webpage where you can find more information. So I would head over to the session chair now to handle a discussion. I don't know how it works for this session here. I actually cannot hear anything. Okay, now some sound is coming.
Okay, sorry. Thank you very much. Dr. Rabus, I see you will take questions. Are there any questions from the floor for Dr. Rabus on this very interesting topic? Very topical topic?
Hello, Hans, it's Sonomile. I do have a question. I do have a question for you on especially your last slide where you were talking about you are considering or working on issues of certification of AI in medical devices. Is there regulatory that is being developed around this certification or these kind of issues? Because as you know, with the advent of these ChatGPT systems, there has been a call for a halt in using AI systems or in further development. Is there any discussions like that? I mean, we had a session earlier in the week on ethics, particularly in the clinic, using AI systems. I'm sure that there are ethical issues we have to deal with. In your space or in the where you are working or the work you are doing, are you considering these kind of issues? Thanks.
Okay, thanks for the question, within our program, we are not considering that directly within the research program. Of course, within the standardization activities, this is also an important topic. And of course, there is okay, how can I put that? I mean, in Europe, we want to have regulations for AI based on risk assessment. So, and most medical products are actually considered high-risk activities. So, this is definitely a challenge there. And one of the discussions that were going on, there was actually an international conference of the ISO-IEC Joint Committee related to artificial intelligence last week, where, of course, the question how to handle or how to handle the risks associated with the use of artificial intelligence in medicine has been discussed. And one of the ways out probably is this requirement of human oversight. That generally, I would say the discussion among the medical physicists or the medical doctors in Europe is that there's no option that an AI device will take a decision on its own. There will always need to be a physician in the loop and to actually take the final decision in cases where it's critical. So I showed you these explainability things. Basically, what explainable AI basically is telling you something. There's something to consider. Like there might be a tumor there might be the risk of a cardiac event in the next 5 hours. And it also gives you some explanation why it thinks so. And this is actually something where physicians are really keen to get these explanations or to get something understandable out of that. So basically, it's mimicking a little bit like these, for some kind of cases, they are there's actually a requirement that if a diagnosis is done, that actually two or in some cases 3 physicians have to have a look at the images to really come to the conclusion whether it's a malignant case or not. And they are actually usually a discussion starts. I mean, if two people look at the same image and some of them thinks there's something there which the others haven't seen, they can start to discuss about it. And a similar scenarios are currently discussed in Europe also. If you replace one or two, or more probably two of the three people assessing the diagnostic image by artificial intelligence, would that still work? But I think there's quite a consensus that you cannot take the human out of the loop. I don't know whether this is answering your question, but this is basically what I'm experiencing here in the community.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions from the floor? Dr. Roberts, I understand that there is a huge amount of work still to be done, and I guess most of the work that you're doing is with a fixed number of pictures, with a fixed amount of information, but as you say, taking the human out of it means that you don't have somebody actually looking at the face of the patient or how the patient walked across the floor, and this also influences how the human makes decisions. Do you foresee that we'll be able to combine all of that kind of information along with the imaging or cardiographic information in the future? I guess they're going there, I'm not sure.
Thanks for the question, Donovan. I think that's actually something that should theoretically be straightforward to do. I'm not aware that people are already, in the medical community, already thinking in that direction, but I was recently at a meeting where someone was actually presenting approaches that they use for actually basically studying the behavior of people. Like if you have elderly people who are living alone and you're looking at their life pattern, basically, when are they switching on the light or the TV, or when are they using their phone? And actually from these patterns you also can see, get an impression about the healthiness of that person. And I think a very similar approach should also be done for a patient walking into the hospital. And I'm laughing a little bit because, of course, that creates the host of data privacy things. I mean, it would be impossible in Germany to do right now such an approach. But in principle, it's additional information that is also there and it's also needed. And therefore, I would expect that at some point in the future, within the next 10 years, this is also coming into play. And just to be sure, I mean, what I just said was that taking the human out of the loop will not happen. I don't think that this will eventually work, because in the end, it's even I mean, you can train an artificial intelligence to look how people are behaving, and to get some additional information about the total state of the total health state of the person. But I really think that humans are still superior in that, because we have, I mean, because of our emotional intelligence, so to say. And I think this is something that you cannot map to a mathematical algorithm. So it seems that I'm out of the loop.
I'm just going to give a quick talk about the study I'm busy with, hyperfractionation. So we're looking at the evidence towards hyperfractionation. This is preliminary results, so it's not the end product yet. So this is what I'm going to touch on, is the background, and then a little bit of concept and the hypothesis that drives us towards a study like this, a little bit of methods, conclusion, and then obviously our way forward for a study like this. This is in with support with some supervisors that we have, or I have, is Prof. Nkosi at Durban University of Technology, Dr. Sangri Neya in Germany, and then also our famous Prof. John Akaduku at Stellenbosch University. So just to go on to a background, is we heard yesterday our colleague from Algeria, he was basically painting a very nice introduction to my work as well. We was talking about the burden of cancer in South Africa, or in Africa that, at least, and how more patients are waiting for treatment instead of getting treatment, or those that's on treatment. So we do have a similar case. So just to emphasize that point, first of all, is that they predict that in the next 2 decades we will have 30 more patients on our treatment units that needs treatment than what we have now. We do have a backlog of patients at the moment, and it can worsen. And in South Africa, what we know is that breast cancer is the most prevalent and invasive cancer for females. So with the COVID-19, for about 18 months, most non-emergency cases were obviously stopped due to lockdown, and they weren't allowed to go for diagnosis or screening. So most of these patients were just sitting there waiting for something to happen. And now we have an even worse bottleneck of patients waiting for treatment. So the motivation then for the study is to look at hyperfractionation and conventional fractionation, and then have 2 models and see if we can compare these 2 models with some outcomes or some endpoints to look at. So the study aims to evaluate in vitro hyperfractionation, conventional fractionation radiotherapy, by using models for non-cancerous cell lines, as well as cancerous cell lines, because we want to see how they react to the different types of fractionation schemes that we have. And our focus in this case will be both to look at the response, first of all, the proliferation, and also the migration and invasion after this fractionation scheme. And then also the lactate release, because that is a metabolism that's very much linked with poor prognosis. And then also at the end, look at the radiation adaptive responses, how the response after radiation. So if you give a fraction of, or small dose of radiation, wait for double time on the cells, and then do your scheme and see if the response is anywhere different, or is there something you can take from it. So when we look at hyperfractionation, most of you would know that it's just to give the complete course of radiation therapy in a shorter time period. And the optimal fractionation is obviously then dependent, in our case, with the alpha-beta ratio, which is a mathematical model that we apply to get the sensitivity of a cell. So the alpha-beta ratio is a parameter used in the linear quadratic model, because it's got a linear part and a quadratic part, to describe the relative sensitivity of not just cancer cells, but in general cells that you work with, to their reaction to direct interaction, which is your alpha component, and then also your indirect component, which is the beta component of your radiation. However, if you just have a look at that small graph on the right, late responding tissue, or cells in our case, with low alpha-beta ratios are mostly spared with conventional fractionation, while early responding tissues, or tissues with high alpha-beta, are not spared with fractionation. So what I'm basically saying is your lower alpha-beta ratios are more resistant to your radiation, and then your higher alpha-beta is more sensitive to radiation. So if your alpha-beta is high, you have a sensitive cell line that you're working with. So to look at conventional hyperfractionation, we first have to find out the biological dose, which is the BED, that is also characterized by a specific alpha-beta ratio. There's a formula on the right-hand side at the bottom. So we need to use the same biologically effective dose for both fractionation schemes, and then before we can do that, we need to find the alpha-beta first. So in addition to finding the alpha-beta, so we will find the fractionation that we want to use, we also have to understand how long do we wait between our conventional fractionations before we do a next fractionation. Okay, so there's something that they call the sublethal damage repair, so we're looking for the optimal time between fractions with cell lines to do the fractionation. So if I need 3 fractions, I need to know what's the gap between the fractions for the best sublethal damage repair. So our guesstimate or hypothesis in this case is that we think or predict that the lower alpha beta ratio for the non-cancerous cell line, which is the normal one, could support higher radiation doses to cancer cells while minimizing the damage to the surrounding healthy tissue, which is basically the definition of radiation therapy. And in the non-cancerous cell line could have an increased repair capability compared to the cancerous cell line. That's what we think. And more cells could display increased invasive capacity. So after your radiation, these cells want to metastasize or invade some other spaces. So we predict that this could happen with a conventional fractionation scheme, and also increase in lactate acid. And that metabolism, like I said before, can then lead you towards thinking of poor prognosis to a patient. So in vitro studies on breast could suggest that hypofractionation therapy can improve breast cancer management and expand the treatment access to more patients because of this bottleneck that we have. So the methods and how we're going to do this is nice to say we know how to calculate the dose, so there should be a way to get a response from the cells and to draw some conclusion of how we're going to get to this alpha-beta ratio that I've been talking about. So one assay or endpoint, or what we call an assay, is a test that we do. So you have your cells, you put them in Petri dishes of different amounts, but you know what you're putting in there. You expose them to different doses of radiation, and the cells that survive will then form colonies, because that's what cells do. If they survive, they get into daughter cells, and so they proliferate. So we then wait for at least 6 divisions, which is 2 to the power of 6, which is 64. So if we got at least 50 cells in the colony, we know this is a cell that survived the radiation. So then we count these colonies, and then we say this is our response due to the radiation doses that we give. You can see on the curve at the bottom right. So that's our dose response curve. So we obviously see the higher your dose is, the more cells would die and less colonies would have formed. Then we convert that with the linear quadratic model, where we then extract it with a log scale for survival, and then we have that bendy curve there that you saw on the first slide before this. And then we can extract the alpha value and your beta value. So your alpha value is a single event of radiation that does this double DNA strand break, and then your beta component is 2 events that also does it for the same base number dose. So now, once we have our alpha beta, we can put it in the formula to get a BED. So we have a biologically effective dose, but we still have to find out what's the gap between the fractionations that we will give. And with that, we also use the colony survival assay, but in this case, we'll give 2 gray to quite a lot of Petri dishes, but we split them into time gaps. So you have the first one, you give it 1 gray, you wait an hour, and you give another gray. Another separate Petri dish, you give 1 gray, wait 2 hours, give another gray. So everyone gets 2 gray with different time gaps. And we see where do we see the maximum survival of the sublethal damages during this fractionation scheme. So after this experiments that was done, so we have your MCF10A is what we call for our breast cell lines, is the non-cancerous one, and the 2 at the bottom, the MCF7 and the MDA-MB 231, that is your cancerous cell line. So you can see we have to do a doubling time experiment first with them to know how long do you incubate your cells so they can go through that 6 doubling time to have 50 cells in a colony. So that's the doubling times that we have. Some cells are faster in doubling time, some is slower. Then the alpha-beta ratio we have there, we can see 2.5, and so it goes on. And then also our repair factor, what's the maximum sublethal damage repair that we get after a certain time, and we got it to be 3 hours for all of them in this case. You also have to remember I already went to up to 6 hours. Then we calculate the fractionation that we will do. So it's like 2 gray for 4 fractions, giving you a total of 8 gray. The BED for that conventional fractionation come to 14.41 for the first non-cancerous cell line. And the hypofractionation scheme that then links or tie up with this BED would be 4.88 gray in 1 fraction. So they would say have the same biologically effective dose. So just looking at our table of results there, I'm almost done, is that the higher alpha-beta ratio was observed for the MDA-MB231, which is the cancerous cell line. However, the MCF7, also cancerous, and the MCF10A cell lines suggested that the MDA is most sensitive to the radiation. Although all the breast cell lines had a repair factor, or maximum repair factor after 3 hours, the non-cancerous cell line, which is now our normal cell line, show that it's got the highest repair factor of 1.15, which is a good thing. It's something that we want to see. If you look at the repair factors, if your normal cells or your normal tissue can repair faster than your cancerous tissues, it's a good thing. And then your highest alpha beta, obviously with the MDA MB231 cell line, is a cancerous cell line, which is now the one that's supposed, or in this case, it's showed to be the most sensitive cell line that I'm working with, because it's got a highest alpha beta. Remember, highest alpha beta is more sensitive to radiation. And that could also be due to, because these cell lines is also, in some patients, we have a triple negative. So you have estrogen, progesterone, and also epidermal, the human epidermal growth factor negative in these cell lines. And it aids the cell to have more damage. So if it's more damage, then it's more sensitive and the alpha beta goes up. So that's what we then concluded why the reason for the alpha beta for your MDAs was so high. So going forward, because we have our two fractionation schemes, we know the gaps that we want to use, we should now see how can we evaluate which one is then preferred, can it help us? So we first have to look at invasion and see if these cells, when you do the two different fractionations, see if your cancerous cell has the ability to invade other areas after radiation more than the other scheme. So you can at least see, is there increased metastasis factor involved when you do the two fractionation scheme. The other one is also what they call the migration assay, what we can use to see that your normal cell line, is it able to repair damage quicker after the two fractionation scheme. Okay. And then radiation, like I explained before, radiation-induced adaptive response is mostly when we think about patients coming back for treatment. Let's just say they had hypofractionation or they had conventional, they come back. We want to know, does the cell give us any idea that these cancers can adapt to the radiation it had before? So we'll look at the survival again and see the response, and then weigh what is better or what is more advisable, or which one is maybe not so inferior to the other one. And then also the LDH assay. We have to look at the metabolism of lactate acid and see in the two fractionation, is there more secretion of this lactate acid, and then it will guide us that one shows a little bit worse prognosis potentially in the future. Because it will be very difficult to do an assay or study with cell lines in vitro, and you want to predict something that will happen far in the future. So we can at least have some idea that one shows us hints of poorer prognosis with a certain fractionation scheme. I think I would like to acknowledge a couple of people here, or companies, Itemba Labs, the DSI, Department of Science Innovation, and also National Research Foundation, to support a study like this that I'm currently busy with. I thank you.
Thank you, sir. I just want to know, I don't know if I missed, did you do the equivalent dose for these different treatment regime?
Did I do the hypofractionation dose? No, we didn't do the hypofractionation. See, the first thing we have to do is to find out what dose should we give. So that's why the experiment was done with this, looking at the colonies and looking at the base repair factor. So then now we have the dose, like I showed on this, let me just go back here. So now we have the doses that we have to give. So now we know I'm going to give this for the conventional, and this is the type of radiation I'm going to give for the hypofractionation. So when that's done, then I will do these endpoints here to see, is there an increase of invasion of these cells? Does one heal better? Is there reduced radiation-induced type of adaptation? And also if the LDH levels or the lactate levels is higher or lower with the two. So like I said, the preliminary data that I've got here is just it's all the work you do before you can actually just go and apply your hypofractionation. As we know that 2 times 5 is not the same as 5 times 2. So you have to do your homework first, see what's the biologically effective dose, then apply the fractionation. So there's still work that we are still busy with. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker will be Dr. Nyanti, who is presenting on behalf of Ms. Precious Mabidi. And she's had an emergency situation, so she's not able to be here today. Thank you, Dr. Nyanti.
Thank you, Prof. Good afternoon to everybody. I'm not sure if it's still afternoon. I'm going to be presenting on behalf of Precious, who has had an emergency and has had to go. So I'll try to do justice to a presentation. So a presentation is quantification of gallium-68 yield and germanium-68 breakthrough from Itemba Labs generator and evaluation of gallium-68 PSMA during the end of the generator's shelf life. Now, in her introduction, she has indicated to us that gallium-68 is a positron emitter, and it has a half-life of 68 minutes, and it's a progeny of germanium, which has a half-life of 271 days. And also, she has indicated that this is produced from a generator, and various types of generators that are currently available in the market are about 6. They have different types of their bases in their matrix. All of them, anyway, they are solid beds. And now what is important in this presentation is the elution medium. So the elution medium varies from all the 6 currently available generators. That is the hydrochloric elution medium. And for this particular Itemba Labs, it is 0.6. So gallium is preferred for labeling PSMA used in positron emission cancer tomograph imaging, and is suitable in comparison to FDG and technetium. So now, the half-life of gallium the gallium decays to zinc. So what is key here is gallium-68 should be eluted without the presence of germanium, or in short, germanium yield should be very low. So the aim of this study, therefore, was to quantify gallium yield and germanium breakthrough, as well as the purity of this radiopharmaceutical during the end of the shelf life of this generator. So the materials provided are mainly, the main one is the germanium-68, gallium-68 generator, and others there. Then this elution was done, but before elution, the generator was rinsed 4 hours earlier, and gallium was eluted for purpose of generation with 10 ml of 0.6 hydrochloric acid, and it was assayed in a dose calibrator. And then gallium breakthrough was determined by the decay law. So then those were the equations that were applied there. And then labeling was also done in it was automated labeling, which is also which can be seen from outside the cell there. And then with this, once labeling was done, quality control tests were conducted. These were the pH test and the percentage yield efficiency. Then there was also sterility tests done and endotoxin tests done, and the results from this experiment were as follows. If you could look at the table, table 2 there, these results are displayed in table 2. What is key in table 2 is an observation that the gallium yield is getting reduced. That is still in the process of clinical use for this generator. So the gallium, there were 16 elutions that were done, and this gallium yield was decreased from 30.3 millicuries to about 26.8. And what was key was that the germanium breakthrough remained below the recommended value. And then also there was this test of this product, the final product. Then it was also discovered that it also decreased from 4.8 to about 9.3. However, the gallium through, the germanium through breakthrough did not pass the recommended limit. So now, when this efficiency was determined, it was found that there were instances where it was 100%, which was quite favorable. But however, there were situations where it failed. And the reason why it failed were, for possible reasons, were that there could have been failure to capture this product at the C8 cartridge, and there could have been very low activity captured in the C18 cartridge after the synthesis compared to the activity measured in the reaction vial at the time of the synthesis. And also, there could have been an error in the installation of the peptide laden vial in the synthesis unit, resulting in very low pH. The amount of the peptide buffers provided to the reaction vial may have been insufficient, resulting in high gallium, in high free gallium and low level product. Again, what is key in this is also the pH. The pH, if we look at the pH, you will find that it is in the range between 5 and 5.5, which is the acceptable range. And then also the endotoxin concentration of this end product was well below 1.8. You could see that one demonstrated there. And again, the sterile test resulted in a clear solution when both triplet and thiaclochloride solutions were used. And then there was a similar study which was conducted by Davis, who also established that after 14 days, there was still no fungal bacterial growth on this when this test was conducted, indicating that towards the end, we can now be in a position to say we can safely use this gallium. We can safely use this gallium generator. So that is the conclusion, that although the gallium-68 decreases with time, we can still use it up to the end of its shelf life, which is normally 12 months. If you could recall yesterday's presentation, we were dealing with the ITG after 12 months. Thank you. Thank you for attention.
We have time for one question. You want to take questions?
Yeah, I can take.
You can try. Okay. We have time for one question. Any questions for Dr. Nyati? No? Okay. Shuin, thank you very much. We're going to call on our last speaker for this session of the poster session. So, Tendu Alituli, can you please come forward? She'll be talking to us about the comparison of motion errors between frame-based and mask-based fixation using Gamma Knife Icon at Netcare Mill Park Hospital.
Morning, everyone. My poster is on the comparison of motion errors between frame and mask-based fixation using the Gamma Knife Icon at Mill Park. So as we all know, stereotactic radiosurgery involves delivery of very high doses to small targets, while at the same time trying to spare any high doses to normal tissues. And in order to meet this objective, it is important that we actually, the technical delivery of SRS requires that you give, requires very high accurate and precise localization of your target, as well as low uncertainty of the setup, as well as a robust immobilization of the patient's head. On the Gamma Knife Icon that we have, we're able to do fractionated SRS, and as this becomes more prevalent, it was important for us to assess the motion errors that are associated with mask and to compare that with the frame-based, which we've always assumed frame stability. So therefore, the aim of our study was to evaluate the setup errors as well as intrafractionational errors using a cone beam CT, and this was basically by just assessing the patient position that you get after you do the scan. The study was done as a retrospective study. We looked at setup motion errors for both the frame and the mask. And for the mask fixation, we also looked at just the intrafractionational motion errors. So in this talk, I'm just going to look at 2 of the 3 workflows that we currently have. For the mask fixation, what we do is we do an MRI of the patient, and then you do a pre-plan of the case, and after that, you mobilize the patient using a thermoplastic mask. We then do a CBCT scan. The CBCT scan will then use to define the stereotactic space and for planning as well. After we've done that, we'll do a dose evaluation. The plan is approved. And just before we treat, we'll then do a pre-treatment CBCT. So from the CBCT, you then get the patient position that you see on the far right, which is given in rotational and translational direction for the X, Y, and Z directions. So that's how you then get your setup error. Basically, it's a comparison of the displacement of your skull between the planning CBCT and the pre-treatment CBCT. The mask system also comes with an infrared tracking camera that tracks the patient movement, where we use the nose of the patient as a surrogate for patient movement. What would happen is if the patient moves outside of a set threshold, in our case, we use a threshold of 1.5 millimeters. The system will then pause the treatment, and you'll be required to do an additional CBCT scan every time that the patient comes out of the treatment. So this was the scan that was then used to assess the intrafractionational motion error for the mask. For the frame fixation, the patient is immobilized using a Lexel G frame. We then do an MRI. The MRI is done with a fiducial indicator box attached to the frame. After that, we use the MRI then to define the stereotactic space using the fiducial markers. After that, you can then, the plan evaluation is done and the plan is approved. You then have an option to do an optional CBCT scan for QA purposes. This is then the CBCT that we use to assess the patient setup error for the frame-based fixation. It will also give you the same patient position parameters, basically. So from our study, we noted for the setup error, we had a max displacement in the rotational of 1.5 degrees, and we had a 0.96 millimeter in translational. For the mask, our highest was 1.64 degrees in the rotational and 2.07 millimeter in the translational. If you can see for our intrafractionational error, which was only assessed for the mask, we do see like very large displacement errors, basically. And this is just a graphical illustration of what we already saw on the 2 tables, on the table that I had on the previous slide. So what we concluded from the study was that we did note a very large variability in motion error with the mask fixation, which we do take into account when we're planning for small lesions. So it's advisable to possibly just do a frame where you can for the smaller lesions. You also do have an option to decrease your threshold that you use for monitoring the patient if you're using a mask. So you can take it lower, but that might actually mean you might end up prolonging the patient treatment, because if this threshold is too low, it will mean you might have the patient coming in and out of the machine more often than if you use your standard 1.5 millimeter. And also what the study also demonstrated that there are possibilities of frame slippage as well as mounting errors when you're setting up the patient. Therefore, it's also advisable to do your pre-treatment CBCT scan before you do you deliver the treatment. That way you eliminate any possibility of treatment errors, and you also confirm that the stability of the frame. For the mask fixation, the delivery is automatically corrected based on the current patient position which you get after you do the scan. However, that's not the same for the frame. What you then do for the frame, if your sheets are too large, you just do a replan and you use your CBCT scan to then define your stereotactic space. and this will be taking you to a third workflow that's not discussed here, but you do have that option of using the CBCT scan to define stereotactic when using the frame instead of using the MRI done with the fiducial box. And that's the end of my talk. Any questions?
Thanks, Tendo. I'm just wondering, if you're using the fixed frame, do you get any correction or movements that you need to correct?
Do we get any?
Do you have to correct for any errors when you use the fixed frame?
Yeah, we do. We have picked up quite a few cases where even if you thought the frame was fully fixated, there is, like I mentioned, there is a chance of slippage. So if that happens, so you would pick it up when you do your CBCT scan that you do before you do the treatment. That's why I said that was an optional for QA purposes. So you can choose to not do it, but we do it because we have picked up when we started doing it that there are cases where you do have those shifts where even if you're saying we assume stability of the frame, there can be deviations where you're not between the time that because what you do is with the frame, you're fixating it and then you still have to set up the patient for an MRI, and sometimes it's waiting time in between and then you're still setting up. So there can be maybe some sort of mechanical shifts with the frame in between that time frame as well that will result to you having those displacements. So then what you then do when you realize that you do have displacements, because when you do the scan, it will show you your planned coverage and your dose tolerances, how it's affected by your current mechanical shifts, and then you just do a replan and use the current patient position using the CBCT to account for those errors. Yeah.
Hello? No? Can you hear? Yeah,
yes.
Perfect. Thanks for your talk, Tendo. So we saw the two options of fixation. It's the thermoplastic mask and then the fixed frame. The thermoplastic mask, I'm assuming it's supplied by the vendor. So it's their masks that they suggest you need to use in order to put it into their fixation device.
We've got 2 vendors that supply it, yeah.
Okay, and do these vendors state that there is a possible inaccuracy in the mask, saying that a fixed frame is better at fixation?
No, they don't really state, but any of the inaccuracies that we've noted is because we've looked into literature to see what other people did, and most of the people, when they did their comparison, they found similar results to us. Some actually said they're equally comparable, whether you use the frame or the mask. With some of the studies, they didn't see differences with their cases that they did.
Yeah. So that actually leads me to my actual question.
Yeah.
Comparable is in the eye of the beholder. If I accept a centimeter margin of error and I say that's okay, then great. But clearly that's not the case for gamma knife stereo. What is your cutoff, or how small is the smallest correction you can apply on the machine? So if you find there's setup inaccuracy of 0.1 millimeter, can you fix that, or is that too small?
So for the mask, it applies for any, because if you saw with the translational, the range is quite very big, because what will happen is sometimes maybe as you go on with the treatment, like you saw, some of our treatment times are very long. So another way that we rule out, we try not to do more than 30 for the mask, like a longer period of time using a mask. So then you do like a shorter time to avoid patient being uncomfortable. But even if it's like a displacement of like 6, for the mask, it does do a correction, because what we do is it rearranges your shots basically, and then it tries to reconform your plan to what you'd initially planned. Yeah. But with the regards of us choosing between frame and mask based on size, what we do is when we have planned, we would do like a pre-plan, and you can apply a certain shift to say, okay, I want, if this patient was to move with 1 millimeter because it's a very small target. How much is it affecting my coverage? How much is it affecting my organs at risk? There's a way that we check that to decide whether we're comfortable enough to treat with a mask or whether we'd rather just do a frame, especially with metastasis. I don't know if I answered you.
That's good, thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to have one of our exhibitors now presenting for Flow Biomed. So our last person for this session is Libna Kun, who will be presenting for Flow Biomed. And thank you very much for, is it this one? That one. And thank you very much for exhibiting here and for being part of our team. So we really appreciate that. There you go.
Thanks, Prof. Yeah, like Prof was saying, this is a presentation on behalf of Flow Biomed. And the presentation is on DOSE, which is a software by a company called KLM. So what is DOSE? DOSE is a software solution for dose monitoring in medical imaging. So for instance, you're in a radiology department, your patient's maybe undergoing a CT scan and maybe an X-ray or an interventional procedure and so on. DOSE can take all those information, put it into one software solution, and from that you can gather a lot of information. You can track the patient dose. You can evaluate the dose against some reference values, and you can generate a patient radiation passport. Also, DOSE has got a lot of features to look into the quality and patient safety, the performance of your systems, and how you can optimize your workflows. So DOSE is part of an ecosystem of solutions to monitor patient safety and efficiency. So it's got a lot of features. The DOSE we've mentioned now, you can create a patient dose passport. Also, it can look into your MR efficiency in terms of your utilization and the quality of your devices. It also has a contrast feature, which is quite nice. You can basically look into the amount of contrast being injected and that being analyzed further. Also, CT repeats, for instance. The system can really look into that and show you some outliers where a CT scan has been repeated, and maybe you can identify some waste repeated scans. So from KLM, the then and near-term goal is to try and make your routine tasks fast. So for instance, for the reporting purposes, and also you can easily identify some outliers. Maybe a patient received from whatever study more dose than what the norm is, and you can easily identify that, and you can do some proactive problem solving. And also there's some more complex tasks if you want to, for advanced CT analysis, for instance, and some root cause analysis for outliers, why the outliers appear, and you can also use it then to optimize your workflow and for some training purposes. So the dose management can also be an obligation to report to your government. So maybe your regulator is you are required to submit some dose reports. Maybe based on, in this slide, there's different study groups. Maybe for a certain type of study, you can easily create a report saying how many scans were done for whatever period. Maybe it was a month or whatever. What was the average dose delivered, etc., etc. Also here, KLM can generate some templates for you based on what your regulator is requiring, and then it's really just a click of a button, and you've got your dose reports that can be submitted. Dose management can also be, like I said, performing root cause analysis. the radiation received to your patient, the size of your patients, how your operators are handling the different types of devices, etc. So the commitment from KLM is to support, to provide support during and after the installation. In South Africa, we've had the first installation now, and the training will commence next week. But they're also committed for future-proof solutions. So as we know, there's constantly new devices appearing, so they are committed to support these in their software. So why KLM on the company? Just more on the company. KLM started in 2011 as a spin-off of the University Hospital in Leuven. And those were the people that were involved, and the background was automated quality monitoring in breast cancer screening environment, user observer performance experience, and patient radiation dose management. So currently, KLM has got a multicultural, diverse team of 35 people. They are based, their headquarters is in Leuven, Belgium, but they also have a footprint around the world. If you look at the next slide, the install base currently just in Europe, you will see the dots there, but also they have more than 1,200 installations already, and in 40 different countries. They're also managing some pretty big centers. If you look at the first one, the hospital in Spain that does 8.5 million exams per year, and these are all being managed by dose or pulled into dose to draw some statistics. So why KLM? KLM is important for internal quality and quality management systems. They are ISO accredited. They are currently in the process of going from the Medical Device Directive to the Medical Device Regulations. And also KLM is there to adhere to international standards. So the goal of KLM is patient safety, image quality, and also efficiency in short. So just the technical overview, like I said, say for instance in a radiology department, you've got a number of different imaging devices, and those can talk to your PACS or your radiology information system or whatever system you use, and it uses that to pull it into the software for the to analyze the results, and you as a user can then log in via the web to look at all the data. Some of the features mentioned in the slides, so this is different features in the software. For instance, the virtual dose is a nice module. For instance, maybe you have a patient that was CT scanned and afterwards you discovered the patient was pregnant. You can use the virtual dose to do a quick calculation to see what the dose to the fetus was. Also, the patient dose passport. Like I said, you can get a summary of all doses received by the patients. Contrast monitoring I also mentioned, and so on. But I think also the main thing also is workload and workflow analysis. You can really draw a lot of stats based on a type of scanner or a type of study or a type of user, if you like, to optimize your workflow. Easy setup and training. You can integrate it into your existing infrastructure. They do have a remote installation, and then the training is usually local, but they're vendor neutral, and they're easy to integrate with the third parties. So just a quick look at what the software will look like. So it's got a role-specific dashboard. So you as a user, they'll log into the software. You can customize the system to show you whatever it is that you want to see, depending on your login. If you click on a study, you will immediately find the dose associated to that study and all other parameters. And you can really personalize these dashboards to show you what it is that you want to see. It's user friendly, and they've got a library of 600 charts, so the chart can show you different information, whatever you want to know. Maybe for a specific study, what is the dose per patient, or what was the average dose for, or maybe for a device, or whatever the case might be. And like I mentioned, it's got an easy integration with other health services, and it draws all the information from your packs, and then you can generate your patient dose record, like you can see over here. So from now on, I'm just going to show some examples of questions you may have in your radiology department, and also how these can be answered by KLM. So you may have a question: are adult protocols being used on pediatric patients? What scans are most frequently performed in your radiology department? How do doses on older systems compare with newer systems? Size and age of the patients typically being scanned, etc. So the KLM or the dose also commits to, or it shows you the individualized dose estimation, and not a standardized dose estimation based on a phantom, but it actually is based on the actual size of your patient, and it can calculate the size specific dose estimate, and that can be that's taken into account and given through as the dose. Also, in terms of patient positioning, maybe, and this is where dose is nice for training purposes. You can actually use the software to show, in this case, if your patient is not, for instance, centered correctly, if maybe the patient is closer to the tube, and then it will be considered a larger patient, and it will receive a higher dose. So it is good for optimization, and to show what is happening if you're not centering your patient correctly. Another example is, for instance, blind scan. Maybe you do a topogram, and on the topogram you see, okay, but I want to increase my field length. Maybe inferiorly you include more of the lung, but you don't repeat the topogram, you just start with the scan. Then the automatic tube parameters will not know that it's lung, for instance, and you will deliver a higher dose than what is necessary. Skin dose calculation is also another feature, also nice to optimize your workflow. Skin dose, as you all know, there's quite a big awareness of it in interventional procedures. Those establish a protocol to track and follow up patients who receive high skin doses, and it can alert you when there's some outliers, to optimize your processes. Like, for instance, two patients may have received similar doses, but due to the fact that the different tube angles were used in the interventional procedure, the one may receive a dose of 2.5 times, a skin dose of 2.5 times more than the other. So this is a nice platform to show what is happening, and the differences between the two. Also, compression force in mammography, for instance, on the graph, there's a specific range, and sometimes maybe the compression force is not enough on the lower range, and that impacts your image quality. And also sometimes it's too high, which may prevent women from coming back. So it's all these nice features that you can easily show in a chart form in the software. It also has got some image quality analysis to automatically detect some scans with higher than normal noise levels, for instance, so you can easily identify some outliers. Other features include you can look at the activities in each of your rooms or your different devices. You can actually look at the schedule of these devices. You can identify some slots if you want to, if you want to have a QC slot. You can also compare the usage of the system between different days and weekends and so on. And also in nuclear medicine, doing nuclear medicine, you can also hook up with those imaging devices to do some dosimetry calculations based on ICRP 128, and also to make sure that you are compliant with diagnostic reference levels and compare it. That's it. Thank you.
It's great to have our vendors talking to us, and they're just outside. So Flow Biomed is directly across from this door. Please go and talk to them if you want more information. And we're going to stop now for lunch. Thank you very much. Could we thank our speakers again from this section? And I think we're a little early because we missed one or two speakers. So we will be back here after lunch at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Can I have your attention, please? So, we will start directly with Mr. Benedito Savides' talk called In-House Second Check Monitor Unit Calculator Program for Emergency Patients. Please.
Afternoon. So I'm going to be just going through my poster on the in-house second check monitor unit calculator program for the emergency patients at Tygerberg Hospital. So basic workflow for a patient would be an oncologist prescribes you a treatment. If that treatment has radiotherapy involved in it, then you go for a planning scan. You then have the treatment planned and the monitor units are calculated for the plan. Then you go through plan verification and finally plan execution. At Tygerberg Hospital, for 3D conformal plans, our primary planning system and monitor unit calculator would be Monaco, and our second check program is RadCalc. Then for VMAT plans, our primary planning system is Eclipse, and verification happens through portal dosimetry. But for our emergency patients, the primary monitor unit calculation actually takes place on RadCalc, so obviously we can't use that for our second check verification. So at the moment that's done using hand calculations. So we saw an opportunity to probably improve the accuracy and the repeatability of those calculations by creating a small program to do those. Program used the PDD tables in the department. It was originally going to be just a lookup table, a lookup program that retrieved the PDD values and took in the prescription, did the calculation, and then we did a bit of testing and realized there were some issues, so we ended up deciding to fit the PDD curves to this equation over here and interpolate as we needed to. So we used Cy Davis to do the fitting, to get the parameters. This is an example of a fit for one of the PDDs. We fit, I think, about 5 field sizes, and then using Python, we interpolated for the different fitting parameters on those field sizes to get the remaining field sizes. Then, yeah, that interpolation just happens on the fly. So here is an example of the interface for the program with a completed calculation. It asks for the prescription, number of fractions, patient separation, either one or two fields, SSD for the plan, treatment unit and energy, and then just the field size, all of which can be pulled off the PDF. And then, if they're available, the RadCalc monitor units and the given dose from RadCalc. It'll then give you a simple printout of the results for the calculation. This is just a summary of the results for the test cases. I think there were 23 patients, which yielded 34 test calculations. As you can see, the program that we wrote here in red does the calculations quite accurately, especially when compared with RadCalc. Values are also very close to the hand calculations. The yellow histograms are examples of extended SSD calculations, and then the purple bar over here is an off-axis breast calculation. So the program ended up having about a 70.6% correlation with RadCalc for a deviation of 2%, and then the average deviation from RadCalc was only about 1.3%. So the program works well, it calculates quickly and accurately, so thank you.
Any question for the presenter? There is no other question. I ask Dr. Chris Tronic for the presentation, production of electron trees with linear accelerator, followed by the second presentation, determination of TG43 parameters for the oncoseed iodine seed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If you don't mind, I would prefer to swap the order of my presentations. So I put a poster so I don't have to talk much. It turns out I may have to after all. And I hate working with touchpads. Okay, so this is part of my PhD. It's data I haven't presented before. It was done mostly while I was actually still at University Hospital. So I looked at the Onco 6711 seed and just did all the measurements required by TG43 to describe the seed. So TG43 is based on the geometry you see on the right there. It works very well around for two-dimensional dose distributions around cylindrically symmetric sources, and is based on measurable quantities, all of them. And the general formalism looks like so. So the dose rate at a specific point, you require the air coma strength, I remember having nightmares about this as a student. So you need the air coma strength, you need the dose rate constant, you need the geometry function, the radial dose function, and the anisotropy, and all of that you can measure. So for the air coma strength, Wayne Flowers actually very kindly lent me the calibrated source check 4 pi chamber at the time with a specific seed holder that looked like so, and it had a calibration factor for this particular seed. And so what I did, I measured 5 batches of seed. We used to get seeds every 6 weeks, has a half-life of 60 days roughly, and so I measured 5 batches of seeds. I did current measurements just because your statistics are better, and it turns out that the average ratio of the seed activities stated to actual, or air coma strength rather, was 0.999, so that worked. So we've got that component done. I measured the dose rate constant in solid water is the ratio of the dose rate at the reference position, which is the perpendicular bisector of the seed at 1 centimeter. And so it's the dose rate at the reference position in water, and the air coma strength, I measured this in a solid water phantom. I got to 0.96 centigrade per hour per U, and the consensus value is 0.965. So that was quite encouraging. The geometry function, so this is an inverse square correction that for a point source is just 1 over r squared, because at distances close to the source, the dimensions of the source deviate from a point source. You have to then calculate that. And maybe I can just scroll, make this a little bigger. So it's given by that expression on the right, beta over LR sine theta. Beta is a bit of a mission to work out. Beta is this angle here, and so you've got to do some trigonometry, which would have been easier in high school than it was 15 years after high school or more. But anyway, we did that. So you need the length, the seed dimensions. So what I did, I cut open a bunch of seeds, some that weren't active anymore, and verified the dimensions with the vernier caliper. And the nominal seed length was 2.85 millimeters, the active component of the seed. I measured, for those 20 seeds, I measured 2.85 millimeters. An average diameter was 1/100th of a millimeter more than stated by the manufacturer. And so I worked out the geometry function, and it matches quite well, within 1% at 5 millimeters and less at distances further away. So that's the geometry function. For the anisotropy describes how the dose rate at two different angles, but at the same distance, how they are related. So you need the dose rate at your reference angle, theta 0, and the dose rate at the same distance at any other angle. And I had a solid water phantom to do that. This one here. So we could plonk TLD seeds in here, and we measured in 30-degree intervals for 2 and 3 centimeters, and in slightly tighter intervals at 5 centimeters. And I have one set of results on here. Here we go. So this was at 2 centimeters, where the measured data matched the published data of the task group 43 update 1, as well as the Carlton Laboratory database, to within 1 standard deviation. And the last thing to measure was the radial dose function. So that just measures at theta equals 90 degrees, how the dose falls off as you go away. And again, a very good match between measured data, published data, and actually also full measurements. So that's the first project. The second talk, if you don't mind, I'll just jump straight on with the second talk. So this was really cool. we're getting a new LINAC. It's currently being installed, and that meant we were taking out the old one. And so as a physicist, this is an opportunity. Which we took advantage of. So electron trees are also called Lichtenberg figures. They're electric discharge patterns in a low conductive material like acrylic due to a very high instantaneous electron current. So it's kind of like a miniature light flash. So what you need a functioning linear accelerator that you will not use clinically again because you probably can't. Appropriately sized perspex sheets. So we found that 10 by 10 centimeter sheets worked quite well at 2 centimeters thick, but 5 by 5 centimeter sheets that were 1 centimeter thick didn't work so well because you couldn't get a very nice charge density. You need a grounded punch. So I went to the hardware store and bought a punch and some cables and long cable to ground the thing. Our Synergy was about to be replaced, and so we figured, well, let's do this. So to start off with, the electron beam current is about 100 times lower than the photon beam current because photons need Bremsstrahlung to get X-rays. So we told the LINAC, we're dealing with photons, and we actually, the bellows that move, we fixed those bellows in order to allow an electron current, but the LINAC thinking it's going through the photon window when it was in fact the electron window. So to start off with, you have an electron current that's 100 times higher than you would, which probably means your 2 gray a minute is now more like 200 gray a minute or more. Then you remove everything from the thing, from the LINAC. So the flattening filters and the scattering foils, they are not interlocked. You have to take the head off and you can knock them out. And they're not interlocked, which is nice. You have to remove the ion chamber. So we had it in the beam, and the LINAC would keep just bombing out because you would get instantaneous dose rates of, I don't know, tens of gray a second, and the thing just bombed out. So you have to keep it connected, but we left it hanging at the side of the LINAC. The field mirror has to remain in place because the mirror has to see the garnets from the MLC. And so we have one intern, Ben over here, who drives a Land Rover and therefore is very much used to unscrewing stuff. And he had a ball, and he went to work on this thing together with the Electa engineers and lots of other people. And so we removed the flattening filters. This is the ion chamber next to the assembly, and basically you can look all the way down to where the bending magnet turns. And it took a couple of tries to get this right because when you override the bellows, you have to manually put them into position, and we didn't get that quite right. And so you kind of need the service engineers on board as well. And when you put the beam on, you have to monitor the vacuum because that tends to just not last very nicely. And you then irradiate perspex sheets, and you have the beam on for roughly 20 seconds. So you're probably giving a few hundred or even thousands of gray. So much so that you can see Cherenkov radiation in the perspex sheets on the monitor outside, which is kind of cool. We also found that if you keep the LINAC on for about a minute or so, you would get spontaneous discharge and you wouldn't get the very nice patterns. But, you know, so you kind of play a little, buy more perspex sheets, send someone else to buy more perspex sheets, and have some fun. So this is us grounding. And then it keeps flashing for around 30 seconds or so. And if the volume was on, you would hear one intern asking the other intern whether they can keep this tree, and the one intern saying no. And so we had a ball. You can play around with the charge density, so you get very dense discharge patterns. You can keep the LINAC on for a little shorter, and you get slightly less dense trees. You can ground in the middle, so you get more like this type of pattern. And we made, gonna go with hundreds of trees. Is probably quite accurate, just because we could. And so it was a fun thing, because on the one hand, you actually open up a linac and you take the head off and you get to unscrew everything. And so it's a great learning experience for the interns. You get an in-depth look at the linac, and you have lots of fun when you get those trees. It's really cool. If you decommission a linac, I recommend trying it. That's it.
Any question? Any other question? The next presentation is evaluation the benefits of 1 week hypofractionated UK fast forward, get a deep inspiratory breath for patient with left-sided early breast cancer by Letu Numambela.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'll give a short talk on evaluating the benefit of 1 week hyperfractionated. It's a UK fast forward protocol, and it will be like, I'll be talking about the implementation as well of the gated deep inspiration on when we're treating the left-sided breast cancer. Sorry. Sorry, it's not showing here. It was not showing on this one.
Then let's load it.
hanging.
That's good. Okay. Yes, sorry for that. Okay, actually this study started when we got when we got the publication that was published 2020, where they were looking at the hypofractionated breast radiotherapy. They were comparing 1 week hypofractionation with the 15 fraction schedule. They were having about 4,000 patients that they were doing a study on. They divided their patients by 3, of which 1,000 something patients were scheduled for 15 fraction, and the other patients were scheduled for 27, 27 gray, and the other one was, the other batch was 26 gray. So when they do their comparison, they find out that actually comparing the two, the 1 week hyperfractionation is not inferior to the 15 fractionation, of which is a standard one. Is a standard protocol for treatment of the early or the breast cancer. Okay, so the UK fast forward adjuvant protocol was implemented in patients with the early breast cancer at Charlotte in response to COVID-19 pandemic and to improve the access to care. DIBH technique was implemented to reduce the dose, since now we will be implementing the protocol that will be giving high dose. Okay. Okay. So the DIBH technique was implemented to reduce the dose to the heart and consequently to the harmful effect of radiation-induced heart disease. With hypofractionated protocol, there was increased risk of a possible late cardiac effect, making it important to keep the radiation dose to the heart well below the given constraints. So we report on our findings in utilizing this technique. So these are my actual objectives, of which is the study that is still continuing. We started by determining the dosimetric effect. Remember, we are just looking at the benefits, of which will have the dose benefit. We'll also have the benefit of stabilizing the patient when we treat with the DIPH. So another objective or another assignment is to assessing the interfractional variation of the heart position in the field using the CBCT. So how we're gonna how this one we're gonna go about is during when we treat the patient using the CBCT, using this fractionation protocol, we'll first take the CBCT, and then the CBCT before the treatment. The CBCT that was taken before the treatment will be taken to the planning system, and then from there we match the two, and we re-optimize the plan to see actually if the heart dose is still maintained from the original plan that was done. And then the third one will evaluate the effect of the setup reproducibility using the CBCT and the treatment machine lasers. The last one as well, we had, we have a questionnaire that we give to patients when they do their last fraction to just get the understanding of the DIBH, if maybe the patients understand, because we've realized that when the patient understand, they perform well in terms of like making sure that we are treating correctly. Okay, so what we did actually for the early breast cancer, they underwent obviously the mastectomy, and we select them based on if maybe they can hold their breath for 20 seconds. So the patients that could not hold their breath for that time were excluded. So what we did, we actually those patients we did the 2 CT data, free breathing and the DIBH data, and then from there the CT data was sent to the to the planning system to be planned. We planned the 2, and then we compare the 2 using the 26 gray given in 5 fractions, and then we use the VMAT treatment plans for both technique, the free breathing and the DIBH. So the comparison with the constraints set by a UK fast forward trial were actually done. So the descriptive statistics of each variable with the percentages of the categorical variable were presented. So when you see these articles that are being presented, you will think it's easy to just take the article and then read and give to other colleagues to read so that you can implement. And then when it's the time now to implement the protocol, is really hard. It's not a straightforward thing. So fortunately at SIMJA we have different teams that are dealing with different sides of treatment. So I was part of the breast team. So what we did as a team, actually that team was an interprofessional team whereby you have a radiotherapist, you have a doctor, and you have a physicist. So we gave each other task on who's supposed to do what, and then from there we got the training from Electa for how actually you go about using ABC, and then we discussed about the workflow, the QA tests that need to be done, and we also wrote the procedures for the department. So the ABC system is the device. You can see there is just a mouthpiece attached to a spirometer, and the patient knows to just make sure that the patient is using the nose when she's breathing. So the system is linked to a linear accelerator and will automatically trigger the beam hold if the patient's breath fall outside of the acceptable threshold. This ensures the patient will only receive the radiation at deep inspiration. So this is only happening at the LINAC. So when we do the CT scan or when we do the simulation, we had to do this manually. We'll tell the patient to hold the breath, and then we'll take the CT scan. Even when we do the CBCT as well at the machine, we're having some challenges because it's not linked as well to the CBCT unit. So we will have to stop, take the image when the patient is tired to hold, we'll stop and we'll continue up until we finish, of which if we are not careful when we do that, we might miss some information. Okay, this is just the workflow. The patient will start getting some education from a radiation oncologist at the clinic, and then from there they will send the patient for CT. So when the patient gets to CT, the patient is already having some information about the DIBH or the APC system. So the therapist at the CT, they will start doing some training, doing some practice with the patient, and then the patient, when they see that the patient is ready, the patient will do the CT scan for the planning purposes. So if everything goes well, the patient will be treated, will be sent to a planning system, will plan only the APC, and then we'll treat the patient using the APC. But in a situation whereby the patient at some steps there, the treatment is not successful, we will go back to the free breathing simulator. Simulation CT data. Another thing that we've observed as well is that when we do the plans, we've realized that not all the patients are benefiting from the DIBH. Some of the patients, you just get the same dose, of which we're still working on getting some selection procedure whereby we will know exactly that when we select patients, all of them will benefit from the DIBH. Okay, this is just showing the verification using the CBCT, of which we do the CBCT daily. For each and every fraction, we'll do the CBCT. Yes, I think I've mentioned that. So this is just the dosimetry benefit using the DIBH. As it shows there on the table, we had a hard Dmax. We looked only at the hard doses because, as I was saying, that the dose is high. So we're worried about the heart. When we escalate the dose, we apply this hyperfractionation. So the heart dose, the Dmin, the free breathing was actually showing 3.57 gray, and then for DIBH it was 2.67 gray. So when we check on the reduction, we got about 25.3% reduction compared to the two. And we did the Dmax as well, of which it was showing 8.1% on this particular patient. We went on to check the fast-forward constraints, the UK fast-forward constraints, of which the V7 less than 5%. We can see that the reduction was 53.3%. And then the V1.5 less than 30%. Was showing 18.6%. We've never met the last constraints. It doesn't matter how hard we're trying to get it down to the acceptable level, but we never reached that one. So the numerous studies have demonstrated a decrease in mean heart dose of 27% to 75% for free breathing versus DIBH. This review was done by Lati in 2014. We've seen as well when we take the same slice from a DIBH and the free breathing, there was a reduction on the distance between the heart and the chest wall of more than 1 centimeter. And when you check on the other view, we observed as well that the heart is displayed inferiorly, posteriorly, and to the right. Confirming that according to COMSA 2014, he reported the maximum linear distance of heart within the tangential breast field was 1.6 for free breathing compared to 0.4 DIBH, of which you will have more heart towards the field than comparing to the DIBH. Okay, in conclusion, The DIPH technique has shown lower doses received to heart compared to free breathing heart doses when patients are able to accurately reproduce the level of DIPH. Some of the parameters could not be met due to a treatment technique that was used, of which that's my thinking because we're using VMAT. And then we've realized as well that patient education has an important role in the success of the APC system. I would like to thank my team that I was working with, Dr. Lava, the head of breast unit, Dr. Choma, the oncology registrar, and Ms. Kometsi, the planning therapist. Thank you very much.
I was happy to see your conclusion, because if the aim of this is to reduce the cardiac dose, then the last technique you should be using is VMAT, because you are then have fields going through the heart. So this was a little bit confusing to me. I would assume that if you wanted to look at DIPH left breast, you should use 2D, 3D, or maybe field-in-field IMRT with tangentials. But VMAT, no. The other bit of your study with respect to not all patients being suitable, I mean, I think I've seen this published in other literature. It's not, and some patients I think are almost untrainable in this respect. I'm not sure, Carter, whether you have some experience in this, but yeah, so this would be my comment. Definitely, if you want to pursue this, I think you need to not use VMAT. I'm also assuming that this is chest wall only. It's not supraclav as well.
No.
Thank you for the very nice talk. I actually agree with you. My main question was that why did you choose to use VMAT? And I would understand if you're using irradiating the internal memory nodes, that's a clear benefit for some patients, I would say still. But I think the methodology is nice. I like that you're verifying what happens like every day with a cone-beam CT and dosimetric study. But I would add a group of patients with memory nodes just to give more weight to what you're saying here. And my question about ABC actually, does it not control the patient breathing fully? Like I always thought, I'm not very familiar with the system. So I thought it will be beneficial for patients who will not be able to maintain the breath hold.
I don't understand your question, sorry. Oh, okay. Actually, the patient will be asked to hold their breath, but we have the spectrometer that is helping the patient actually to, once we reach a certain threshold, then it will help the patient to block the air to go back. So then it will be stable, yes.
But would it not be beneficial for patients who cannot maintain the 20 seconds breath hold? because you're helping them to keep
Yes,
to hold the
actually,
breath.
some patients, I don't know, maybe it's anxiety or something, but some they are not coping with it.
So just a little one, because you're already doing this. There was a very interesting talk from a guy, I don't remember the name unfortunately, from Belgium. They're using ventilation for the patients, and they're giving them oxygen, and they are able to maintain the breath hold for up to a few minutes. So this can be something that you can maybe think of. It's a very easy solution for all the patients anyway. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I also agree with the previous two questions about VMAT, but my question is, have you looked at the absolute volumes that these patients were able to maintain during each of the gates? Because in our experience, there was quite a deviation even between gates in one fraction. I'm just wondering if you had any look at that as well.
I think it's very interesting to look at that as well. I haven't done that one.
Hi, thanks for the presentation. I also just, I'm assuming you are Dr. Sarah Osman. Thank you for your questions as well, and I want to comment on that from my experience. So at the previous center I worked, we used ABC, and one thing that I have to say is some patients are amazing, and some patients cannot handle the treatment. So proper criteria has to be set up to coach the patients and to see if they qualify. And then also something that's important to monitor is if they are in fact holding their breath. Because if they breathe in, it's going to be within threshold and the balloon valve will hold their breath for them. But if their nose is not blocked completely, they cheat. And that air is not going through the balloon valve. So that breath hold is not maintained at where it has to be. So it's important to watch them on audiovisual as well to see if your chest wall is moving and to interrupt the beam as soon as possible. Thanks.
In the talk about the surface guidance that some patients cheat, I find this very interesting because I think if they know why we're doing it, they will not do that. So I think we have to speak a little bit more to the patients about the benefits. You don't agree? Okay.
Well, sorry, we're having a major conversation about your talk now, with or without you. Well, I'm not sure I would do this study with a 5-fraction breast, because in radical breast with normal fractionation, if let's say you do weekly verification for the last 30 years in radiotherapy, the patients take almost a week to calm down. So I understand at breastboard, for instance, you would have seen a very big back arch, whatever, and it's a stress. And basically with time they relax, you know, they start to understand what the treatment is, and you know, which is why you always need that, the bigger tolerances on verification for breast treatment. So, I mean, I think if you wanted to pursue this, I would try to do this with smaller fractions or longer treatment, oral treatment time, stuff like that, and until you've got a handle on it. But I definitely wouldn't use VMAT for this. I mean, if the heart is the issue, then the patient should not be getting VMAT at all.
Any other questions? I have two questions for my proper knowledge. Is it VMAT, the standard technique for breast in your hospital?
Yeah, we're planning to do the field-in-field, but right now, currently, we are doing VMAT for breast.
The second is about dose constraint. You presented volume 30 and volume 1. Is there any, this is 5 fraction, and you know that the dose constraint and volume constraint are related to fractionation scheme. Is specific fractionation, is specific tolerance, or from the normal fractionation?
No, it is based. Sorry, it is based on the fast forward UK fast forward protocol.
But the source of this recommendation is coming from where?
Yeah.
For example, for normal fractionation, we have contact, we have European guidelines, France, and
yeah, I'm not sure because they also didn't do the PET calculation or I'm not sure. Yeah, it's just that it's something that was displayed on their study that was their constraints.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Sorry, Prof.
UK fast forward is for the fractionation, right? It's not for the technique.
Yes, yes.
So the UK study did not use VMAT, or you don't know?
Yes, it's only for the fractionation.
Thank you very much. You initiated the big discussion in the Congress.
Yes, I'm very sorry. I cannot not.
Speak for the online.
Yes. So one interesting subject also is what happens. I don't know if you discussed this because I got another discussion happening here, but what happens during like intrafraction with the relaxation of the breath hold? Is that something that you can look at in any way?
What actually we wanted to check, or we are in a process of doing, is to check the interfractionation in terms of if maybe the heart is still in the same position as it was when we were planning.
No, I mean, with the one fraction,
yes.
Like towards the end, the patients tend to relax. I don't know if this is the case with ABC as well, or is it better compared to?
As soon as the patient relaxes, the machine will stop treating. Yeah.
Okay.
So because it's supposed to reach a certain threshold, as soon as that drops, the machine stops.
How do you choose the threshold? I'm stopping now, sorry.
Stop. So, thank you very much. The next presentation is by MedSquare.
So, good afternoon, everyone. Since I'm coming from a very far away country, I would like, first of all, to apologize for my very horrible French accent. I hope that the presentation will be clear enough and understandable. Then I would like to thank all of you for your very warm welcome. It is my first time here in South Africa. So I'm really happy to be among you during this week. And I would also like to thank Vincent and his team for giving me the opportunity today to introduce the concept of patient dose management software and its contribution to the radiation safety. So, just first of all, I think that no one here knows MedSquare, but we are a French company based in Paris, created in 2006. We are a human-sized company. It means that we are really flexible, and we are trying to be, let's say, as close as possible to the client's need. Then our core business was used to be, let's say, IT systems. I mean, like, let's say, small storage for the images, CD or DVD burner stations, paper printers, and so on. So it means that we are very comfortable with HD stuff like DICOM, HL7, and so on. And in 2012, we were one of the first company jumping into the business of patient dose management software. We are also used to work very closely with OEM, so we can just provide, let's say, turnkey projects and so on. So let's start from scratch. I won't teach you what is a ionizing radiation, but let's keep in mind that the ionizing radiation can interact with human cells, and repeated interaction can cause very serious damage to the health of the patient. The catch is that today more than 50% of the radiation exposure we received is coming from a medical application, and this rate is just increasing over years. So this is what we can just make the difference between two different kinds of effects. The first one is the deterministic effects. It means that it is the effect that you can see, let's say, almost immediately after an examination. It could be, for example, hair loss, cataracts, dermatitis, and so on. And above that, on top of that, you have also stochastic effects. Stochastic effects are the effects that are caused by repeated examination, medical imaging examination, and at the end of the day, after, let's say, maybe 10 or 15 years, this can cause and can increase the risk of developing cancer for the patient. Let's just talk about a little bit regulation. This excessive use of ionizing radiation make mobilized the international community. They decided to strengthen a little bit the regulation in many countries. And we can see that in many countries as well, we have a lot of inspection visits in hospitals and clinics. And we have also diagnostic reference levels, what we call DRLs, which are, you know, the threshold that the authority recommend not to exceed during a medical imaging examination. So these DRLs have been established in many countries as well. It's not just a matter of, let's say, medical staff, because every time you are going into a congress, you can see modality manufacturers that are just saying, we are just providing low-dose CT scan, low-dose interventional radiology room, and so on. So that is a real major worldwide concern today. And we also, we are used to, today, to use the ALARA principle. It means as low as reasonably achievable. So we always try to find the right balance between the dose that we are delivering to patients during medical imaging examination and the quality of the images in order to make the diagnosis. So I will talk about what I know most, you know, because in Europe we are really concerned. This software is today a must-have in Europe, and I'm really convinced that it will be a must-have as well in South Africa in the near future. So in Europe, in 2013, we had what we call a Euratom directive, focused on patient protection, and from 2013, all the the state member of the Europe has to, let's say, transpose this regulation, European directive, into local law. So today, there is a law regarding radiation safety for the patient in Europe, and there is many requirements. We will see just a little bit later on. Just to have a quick summary of what is required today in Europe. For example, they decided to strengthen a little bit the principle of justification. I mean that every time we have an overexposure during an examination, we have to justify why we have overexposed the patients. This is not a way to say that we won't do the examination, because we are always allowed to make an overexposure, but because there is some justification. For example, sometimes the patient has moved, sometimes the patient is overweight, so we have to deliver much more dose. So we can do overexposures, but we have to justify. We also have a principle of optimization. I mean that we try to decrease the dose delivered to patient and optimize all the procedures and all the protocols you are using on the machine, on CT scan and so on. The Euratom directive also increased the role of the role of the medical physicists. They say that we have to pay a particular attention to interventional radiology, but also to, let's say, specific population, like pregnant women or children and so on. And at the end of the day, they ask us also to build a kind of patient dose history. This is very helpful because it will help the physicians to take the right decision at the right time for the next examination. I mean, if the patient has received a lot of dose during a short period of time, maybe we can adapt the next examination. In oncology, for example, we know what we are looking for. We can just maybe refer to the PACS, make a shorter acquisition that will deliver less dose to the patient, or maybe we can imagine to, let's say, switch to non-ionizing examination like MRI or ultrasound or things like that. So to meet all these requirements, we have developed a software. Maybe you have already heard about, let's say, dose management system, dose monitoring, or dose tracking system, or what we are usually used in Europe is the DAX. DAX is for dose archiving and communication system. The DAX is to the dose what the PACS is for the image. So I will try just to tell you in short why a DAX is essential on a daily basis for you. We have seen all the expectations from the regulation and so on, and why it is very important to take care of the dose that we are delivering to the patient. At the end of the day, the added value of the DAX, of using a DAX or dose management software, will be to be, let's say, notify automatically every time you have an overexposure, so that you can just justify the overexposure. You will have also the possibility to save time on a daily basis. I mean that you will have more time to do your, let's say, your job, because today a lot of medical physicists are spending a lot of time just collecting the data, and instead of making some optimization, analysis, and so on. So once we will have all the data automatically collected, you will have plenty of time to do your own job and make some optimization and so on. Of course, maybe the regulation, there is not a big pressure for you today in South Africa, but definitely it will come, I think, in the near future. So it will be also a way to be compliant with the regulation. It will be also a way to improve the clinical practices. It will also, I would say, a way to protect your institution from, let's say, unjustified legal action that the patient would like to initiate, in order to get money from the institution. Since you have all the information regarding the dose you had delivered to the patients, and you have all the justification, you can say, no, damage that you have on the skin, or maybe the issue that you have with your health has not been caused by the medical imaging examination. And it will be also very helpful on a daily basis if you are trying to initiate, let's say, quality insurance, for example, procedures. So I will try to give you a few words about our own product, our MESQUARE product. Our product is RDM. RDM is for radiation dose monitor. So in short, it is a software that will allow you to automatically collect, analyze, and optimize the dose delivered to patients during medical imaging examination. I mean radiologic examination like CT, like interventional room, like mammography, but also in conventional radiology, of course, in surgery with C-arms, but also in nuclear medicine. We can connect PET-CT, SPECT-CT, and gamma cameras. So I will try to provide few key benefits and main features of this software. First of all, it is an integrated software. It means that one of our main advantage is that we are vendor neutral. It means that it is very easy for us to talk with any kind of manufacturer, GE, Siemens, Philips, and Canon, and whatever. Since we are not selling any modalities. It is also, you know, we are totally independent. It means that we are not the one that is delivering the dose, and at the end of the chain, or at the end of the day, the same one that is controlling the dose. Our software is a multi-modality and multi-manufactured DAX solution. It is a collaborative platform. It is very important because we know and we figure out that if you would like to optimize the dose delivered to patients, to decrease the dose delivered to patients, you have to involve all the people, medical staff that are working around the patients. If you are doing this alone, it won't work. You have to involve let's say, the radiographers, the radiologists, the head of departments, and at the end of the chain, of course, you, the medical physicist. So it's very important to have something that, of course, will be very ergonomic. I mean that we can just customize the way we will display the information according to the profile of the user. Because, of course, the idea is not to use an additional software. The idea is to find the right balance between the benefits for the user and, let's say, what will be the additional job for you on a daily basis. So the software will allow you to improve a little bit the quality of patient care. It means that you will be able to take care of every examination and to, at a glance, to see and to check if the examination is compliant with, let's say, the national or the local DRS you have set. You will be able also to, let's say, to tag the examination. It will be very interesting because in case you would like to make some surveys or publication on, let's say, specific indications, you will have the possibility to make some statistics and some, let's say, some analysis on this. You will have also the possibility to manage specifically some specific population, like children, like pregnant women, and so on. And the idea is to be notified automatically every time you have an overexposure. So you will have a notification so that in one click, you will have the possibility to justify the overexposure, let's say, as I told you before, because the patient has moved or something like that. You will have also some information and some calculation regarding dosimetric information, like, for example, the calculation of the effective dose for any kind of modalities. You will have, of course, also let's say, a set of advanced and specific tools, very interesting, like the calculation of the organ dose calculation in CT scan and in nuclear medicine as well. So it is very useful because it is a complicated Monte Carlo calculation. In one click, you will have the information. And let's take an example. For example, let's imagine that you will perform a CT scan to a woman who is pregnant, but wasn't aware about this. The idea behind this would be to, in one click, to make a calculation of the dose received by the fetus, so that you can take the right decision and decide if you have to say let's say to continue the pregnancy, or if you have to advise the woman to abort. There is plenty of very interesting embedded tool. For example, you will have information regarding the patient centering in CT scan, because we all know that if the patient is not well centered, you will have an impact on the quality of the image, of course, and on the dose that you are delivering to patients. We have also the real evaluation of the CTDI. It is something that we call SSDE. It is the site-specific dose estimate, because we all know that the CTDI is calculated based on the phantom of 16 for the head and 32 for the body. But we all know that the real morphology of the patient is not 32 centimeters for the body and 16. So we will be able to recalculate the real morphology of the patient, and so that we can apply a factor on the CTDI, have the real, let's say, CTDI delivered to the patient. Another very interesting tool is dedicated to interventional radiology. We'll have the possibility to make, let's say, a map for the pig skin dose. So this is very helpful because it is a very complicated calculation. Sometimes, we have a lot of dose delivered to the patient, but the dose has been, has been delivered not on the same point of the patient. The arm of the interventional room equipment has moved, and so there is no problem. But sometimes we have a pig skin dose that is very high. We have to know, because we can have stochastic, we can have deterministic effects, and maybe the patient can have some skin burns, and you have to take the decision to immediately organize, let's say, a follow-up in dermatology and so on. So, of course, there is also a lot of statistics tool embedded that will allow you to optimize, to make some optimization to the protocols, and also to optimize a little bit the practices of the medical staff. It will be also, you will have a lot of automatic reports. Of course, you can create as many reports as you want. You can also export the data. It is very important because, for example, in France, there is an obligation to send a set of examination with the dose and the weight and height of patients, so that they can adapt annually the DRLs for any kind of a procedure and equipment. And let's say maybe in the near future, it will be also you will have the possibility just to export the data and to send them to the authority. From a technical perspective, how we make this possible? Let's imagine that the RDM, the DAX, the dose management software, would be at the heart of your institution. We will collect all the dose information from the modalities, either directly from the modalities through different DICOM formats. Let's say, for example, the RDSR, Radiation Dose Structure Report. We can also retrieve those information from secondary capture, from DICOM MPPS, DICOM EDOS, and so on. We can also collect information from the modality through the PACS, because we found out that there is a lot of those information inside the PACS. So it will be easier in order to deploy very quickly the software to connect whenever it's possible through the packs, because you will have just one entry point to connect all the equipment. We'll also have the possibility to connect every kind of information system that will require the dose information. I mean, we'll receive usually HL7 messages from the RIS in order to have, let's say, a database that's always up to date regarding the patient and information. And we can also have the possibility to send back to the RIS the dose information so that you can implement automatically the dose information inside the medical report. This is, for example, something that is mandatory today in France. The software is a full, let's say, web platform. So it is very helpful if you would like to involve a lot of people, because you will have an access from any computer inside your institution. You just have to put, let's say, the IP address inside your web browser, and you will have an access to the software. Finally, I will tell you why we are, let's say, we could be a good partner let's say, to handle such a project. We were one of the first companies just jumping into this business in 2012. We are one of the main player in this field worldwide. We are a market leader in France. We are from IT fields, so it means that we know what we are talking about when we are talking to PACS provider, modality providers. So, as I told you before, we are market leader in France. We have already equipped most of the university hospital in France, so we have a lot of experience leading, let's say, local project, but also multi-site project, like, for example, all the hospital in the famous group of hospitals in Paris called APHP as our product since a long time now. And we have also the experience of, let's say, territory projects at regional scale. For example, we have been the company that has been selected to install a regional dose management software in what we call Nouvelle or New Aquitaine. It is in the southwest of France. And we have also been selected by Dream France IA for developing today, let's say, dose management software nationwide. So outside France, of course, we have installed many, and we have handled many, let's say, large projects. For example, we have equipped all the hospital, national hospital in Qatar. We have also equipped all the hospital in the lower parts of Austria, in Italy as well, in Spain, of course, as well. We have some install based in the US, but as well in Asia. So it is very important to understand that the service is part of Mesquare DNA. It's very important for every client to be accessible, to be responsive, and to have some, let's say, customized solution that are answering to every customer needs. So this is why myself and our human-sized company and my dear colleague just behind me, we would be very pleased. We are looking for, and I hope that we will find the right partner local here in South Africa during this Congress, and we'll be pleased to support you if you have a project around the radiation. Second session of presentation on Friday morning. On Friday morning, I will try to make a short live demonstration of the project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Arnaud. Thank you for this presentation. If there are any questions?
Thanks for the good presentation. Very interesting. I just want to find out, so how can we be able to use this software to collect DRL data? To
collect, sorry?
Data for DRLs.
Yeah. this software, usually in European country, you have DRS are, let's say, decided by the authorities. But of course, since we have all the information, we can set automatically the DRLs. For example, let's say we can say we will make the first level of alerts. We'll say that we can put automatically, we can take this 75 percentile, for example, for the first level of alert in CT scan, and we can decide, for example, to put the double for the second level of alert. So since we have all the data, we can have some automatic rules so that you can make some import some, of course, we can import either national DRLs, but you can also have your local DRLs if you are working better than what the national authority is requesting. That the right answer to your question? Good. Thank you.
Other questions?
I think it was clear.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
I have,
you have a question?
yeah, I have.
Sorry.
Before closing the session, which kind of dose calculation model are used in your system to estimate the dose?
To estimate the dose.
Monte Carlo.
Yes.
Do you use?
Yes, we have a partnership with Virtual Phantoms.
Okay.
I know you know they are famous US company. Because the idea is to be always up to date regarding the new phantoms and the new machines. So by collaborating with them, we can make sure that we have always all the information. So this is for the organomes calculation.
Sorry, those phantom are age and size specific.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's
Thank
right.
you very much. We close this session, and I have announcement. The SARP's AGM will held now. Members are asked to remain in the room. And now is tea break.
So the members
There we go. Yeah, then we'll be dealing with the technical glitch. Because now, I was warned that this one will.
Do you have it on there?
No. Ah, come on. You know? This is Donovan. Something is weird. I can't get the feed now. Yeah. What have you blocked? Something is blocked. Very strange. And for both laptops, this is not even. Sure. There we go. What happened to my glasses? Gonna be a nightmare. But anyway, we're gonna zoom it a little bit. Yes, we got the agenda. Okay, so welcome everyone. I'm sitting on behalf of the chair, who's Graham, and he has sent apology that he won't be attending the conference. So I'm gonna go on with the proceedings.
The first presentation of this last part of the day is going to be given by Ms. Precious Matebula. The topic is quantification of imaging doses from cone beam computed tomography system at Steve Biko Academic Hospital. Welcome, Ms. Matebula. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today I'll be presenting about the quantification of imaging doses from CBCT system at Steve Biko Academic Hospital. On my presentation, the outline, I'll be covering all of this. Radiotherapy, it requires a high degree of accuracy, precision, and reproducibility to deliver a high dose to the tumor while the surrounding health tissue is protected from the radiation. At Steve Biko Academic Hospital, the Radiotherapy Center, it uses the CBCT technique for patient setup and position to verify before the treatment delivery. CBCT patient provide a good information about the internal anatomic structure, but it has an advantage of using ionizing radiation. And it also helps to ensure the patient setup, which it leads to a correct treatment of a target volume while it decreases the normal tissue doses. So this CBCT, it can use a kilovoltage or a megavoltage radiation, and it can also be performed in 3D or a 2D. This CBCT technique, it may deliver a significant amount of radiation doses in addition to the prescribed dose due to the frequency of use. So this is my aim. The aim of the study is to measure radiation dose for different types of imaging protocol to quantify the dose received by the patient during this imaging procedure without compromising the image quality. And then again is to provide SOP to assist the department in optimizing this setup imaging protocol as well as determining the frequency of performing this setup with the CBCT. So these measurements were performed on Electra Versa HD Linac. So first, image quality was evaluated using the XBI CBCT image quality, which it was done using the vendor protocol standard setting, which for this image quality, S10 colorimeter cassette, it was used, even the F0 filter, it was also used. And the energy that was used to perform this, it was 120 kV, and the panel, it was said to be at small deposition. So here are the tests that were done. First, it was the uniformity, the high resolution, the geometry, and the low contrast resolution. So again, I went on to do the measurement for the dose. So here it's showing the setup for the head phantom, which it was 16 centimeter diameter, and also for the body phantom, which I used 32 centimeter diameter. So this phantom was set up on the bed, and even the lasers were used to make sure that the phantom is at the ISO center. And also the CTDI, the pencil ionization chamber, it was also used, which it was connected. So as you can see on the images, this phantom, they have like 5 holes. There's a center and there's these 4 holes which are on the peripheral. So these measurements were measures for different type of treatment, which is the imaging protocol. So this imaging protocol, there are presets which they were set by the manufacturer. So which include the head and neck, pelvis, and prostate imaging protocols. So here, it classified like the protocol for head and neck, which it was S10, S20, and fast S20. And the energies for head and neck, it was 100 kV, and the panel was said to be at small, and we were using F0. So this protocol, there's a difference between the S20 and the fast. The difference is the speed of the gantry, but everything is the same. For the pelvis, I analyzed the dose for M15, M20, fast M20, and L20. And all of them, they were using 120 kV. And for M15 to M20 fast, the panel was said to be at medium, but for L20, it was large. So L is stand for the large, and 20 is stand for the size of the colorimeter. And all of them were using a bow tie filter, which we call it F1. For the prostate, it was M10, M15, and fast M20. And also the energies, it was 120, and the field of view, it was said to be at medium. And all of them, it was using the bow tie, which it was F1. Okay, on my results, first the image quality was assessed. The uniformity percentage difference, it was found to be 0.33, which it was less than 1.5 according to the standard of the vendor, and also for the squat, which is 3%. And the spatial resolution, it was found to be 12 line per centimeter, which they expected it was at least 10 line per centimeter. And the percentage for the low contrast, it was found to be 2.07%, which according to the vendor, it was supposed to be less than 3%, and the squat was supposed to be less than 3%, which it was within the stated tolerance. And lastly, I've also done the analysis on the geometry, which it was checking the distance on the insert for horizontal, which I got 116.8 millimeter, and for the vertical, I got 116.40, and they expected it was 117 with the allowance of plus or minus 1 millimeter. And all of these presented measurement, they were within the stated tolerance according to the squat and the vendor. Okay, so now with regard to the dose, first I've done the measurement for head and neck. So here is a bar graph that is showing the clinical protocol versus the effective dose. As you can see, for S10, we see the dose for the, so here it was an analysis for the peds and the adults. The orange one is for the adult, and the grayish or blue is for the peds, which for S10, we got 0.014, but we see an increase of the dose for the peds, which it was 0.026. And again, I went further to do the calculation of effective dose for 0.0, we got 0.07 for S20, but for peds, we got 0.013. Again, we see the increase with the dose. And then again, I did for fast S20, which I got 0.07, but for peds it was 0.13. I see an increase. But what I've noticed with my results, I see a decrease as we increase the colorimeter, which what I've noticed is because of the number of tomography slides acquired for the big one is higher, so it's affecting the dose. So here I've shared the screen of how I did my calculation, which I first measured the charge reading, and then I got the CTDI dose, and after I've converted the CTDI dose to the CTDI weighted, and then after I did CTDI volume in order to get a DLP, in order to calculate the effective dose. So this table, it explains what I've explained on the bar graph. Okay, for the pelvis, this is how the dose will be behaving. For the clinical protocol M15, for adult, I got 0.13 millisievert, but for peds, it was 1.218, which again, the dose we see is rising as for, like, if we will compare M15 with the adult and the kids, we see that the dose is always higher for the peds. And again, for M20, for adult, I got 0.594, and then for peds, I got 0.796. And then it went further to L20, which I got 0.78, but for peds, it was 0.95. So I see an increase of the dose, but again, I see the same trend as we increase, like from M15 to fast 20, the dose was decreasing. But what I've noticed, if like we have the same setting of the parameters, like for instance, for fast M20 and L20, I see the dose increase, which is what I've seen on other literature to say, when you have the same setting of the colorimeter with the same parameter, like number of tomography slides acquired, we expect the dose to increase, which is what we've seen here. Okay, and then again is the a table which it shows how the volume and even the DLP until I got effective dose for adult and also for peds. Okay, lastly, I did calculation for prostate. So for prostate, it was M15 and M20 and fast M20. Again, we see the same trend. For adult, it was 1.92. For peds, it was 2.57. And then again, we see the dose is decreasing. For M20, for adult, I got 1.507, but for peds, it was 0.08, which also for fast, I got 0.964, and the other one, it was 1.285. Again, it's the table that is showing the CTDI volume dose. So with this one, the DLP, it was converted to effective dose by applying the factors. There's a table that I got from the American Association of Physicists in Medicine, which is report No. 96, which is the one that I use in order to get the effective dose. The total estimated effective dose from head and neck, pelvis, prostate imaging procedures were carried out during, like if we were to estimate like the complete course of the treatment for adult, for head and neck, is going to be 0.462 millisievert, but for the pelvis is going to be 30.129, and then for prostate is going to be 63.264. So this would be the estimated dose for the complete, like until the end of the treatment, if we were to calculate it using like the degree fraction. And then again, I did the same estimation for the peds, which for head and neck, I got 0.858 millisievert, and then for pelvis, it was 40.194 millisievert, but for prostate, it was 84.81 millisievert respectively. So in conclusion, the CBCT dose used during this verification are low for sites such as head and neck, but sites where we see like soft tissues details that are needed, such as prostate, the doses are relatively high. These measured results for KVCBCT, they were comparable with other studies. And extra care are required for CBCT imaging for peds patients, and these results indicate that there might be like a considerable dose that could be delivered on the peds. And this is a preliminary study. There's more that I need to do, even with regard to the dose, like when I need to see like how can we compensate if we were to compare this to the prescribed dose. And then, lastly, I would love to acknowledge the contribution of my supervisor, Mr. Maseresele, and my fellow colleagues. These were the references that I used for this study. Thank you.
This one. Prof?
There's another one here.
I can just scream.
Yeah.
Maybe I missed it, but if you're doing measurements for peds, as far as I know, you use the 16 cm diameter, not the 32.
I use the 16 centimeter diameter for head and neck because these phantoms, the 16 centimeter is for head and neck specific, and then the 32 is for body.
No, for pediatric, the 16 is for pediatric as well. Maybe I'm wrong, but you cannot quote pediatric on a 32 centimeter, right? The other is, in my entire life, I've never seen a pediatric prostate case. So I think what you mean is
Like the protocol.
It's a prostate imaging protocol,
Yes.
which maybe is, but then you would need to specify what's the difference between pelvic and prostate. You understand? So I would discard any pediatric data done with a 32 centimeter diameter, number one. Number two, I would discard any prostate imaging for a pediatric case. Okay?
Okay.
So I would, if you want pelvic imaging protocol on a child, you must do it with the 16 centimeter, right?
Okay. Thank you.
I'll move it around.
Can I have another opportunity?
Okay.
Thanks for the talk. I'm not defending my student, but I think I'm to blame because when I relabeled the protocols, that's how I put it on the XVR imaging protocols. So I think it ended up becoming a culture that we just call it like that. But the one thing that is important, which I think, Prof, it's unfortunate that we always do not want to admit that we make mistakes or we do intentional mistakes. One thing I can assure you, I've worked in different centers. There are people who use adult protocols on PIDs because I've seen it happening. I've got a tendency of sneaking in as if I'm doing something else, whereas I'm trying to check what guys are doing. So there's a lot of things that happens there during imaging that will shock you sometimes if you were there. But just because people make it a trend, they say, oh, this protocol, Vincent, doesn't work, but we tried this one and it worked. And when you check, they've tried an adult protocol on a child just because the other one was not working, and that happens. So I think that also is one of the things that we overlook, to just say we're going to use all the protocols on the phantom and see what happens. Yes, I agree with Prof that we can't say we've used prostate on.
Yeah, I just want to add to that and say that I would have versed it a little bit different and stick to the head and the body phantom. And the whole reason is I have also not seen a 32 centimeter head and neck. So it's better, I think, in my opinion, to stick to the head and the body phantoms because in the end it stays a phantom measurement. It's an approximation to a patient dose, but it stays a phantom measurement.
Thank you.
Firstly, nice presentation. I like the topic. It's relevant because we all do image-guided radiotherapy. We've all got these questions about, the dose that we give patients. I'm guessing you're busy with your internship at the hospital, or are you done now?
No, this is a master's.
Oh, a master's. Okay, cool, great. Yeah. Anyway, you did those measurements and you saw there was a high dose, let's say for the peds, the 60 millisievert, which you calculated for the duration of the treatment. From what we saw, it's higher than the other ones. What do you feel about that? Do you think it's justifiable? Do you think it needs to be improved? We're just assuming that value is correct. We're not talking about the technicality here. What's your gut instinct about that dose?
I think it can be improved. As I said, these are preliminary results. I'm still trying to see how can we justify it if we were to compare it with the prescribed. Maybe we can compensate, but I'm busy working on it so that I can conclude based on this finding.
Okay, so do you think it's acceptable? Let's say that 60 millisieverts is correct, that you did the measurements correct and the calculations are correct and the assumptions are correct.
For peds, no.
Okay, why not?
I think because it might show stochastic effect in the later stage because they are very sensitive to radiation.
Sure. What about the cancer you're treating at the moment? Isn't that more important?
It's also important, but again, I have to check like how I'm gonna balance it, because at the end of the day, when they do CBCT, especially for peds, especially for when they're treating organs that are easily moved, they do this thing every day. And even for prostate in our center, they do it every day. Hence, I saw on my results, I see high dose on the prostate. So it's something that I still need to check, like how can I compensate, or how can we advise the doctors when it comes to the prescribed dose versus what we are getting for CBCT if it's done every day?
Yeah. So this question that I ask comes up very often. I think we all have some answers up our sleeve already, but then I'll ask you again that when I see you again to hear what your answers are, how you're going to compensate. Okay?
Thank you.
Last question. Can take more than.
Okay.
Just one if there is any. Okay.
I think I'm gonna.
It's not. Okay. Thank you very much, especially from the people who ask questions, because questions sometimes they help us to improve here and there. So thank you very much, and the questions were constructive. Now let's proceed to the next speaker, who is Dr. Henry, who is going to give us a talk on image guidance adaptive radiotherapy for cervix cancer, a comparison of treatment strategies. Thank you, Dr. It's your chance.
And I cannot see it. Okay. Sorry. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So my topic will be on the comparison of different treatment strategies for IG-ART, specifically for cervix cancer. So we all know that cervix cancer is a combined, or the standard approach for locally advanced cervical cancer is a combined treatment modality. So we use external beam radiotherapy as well as brachytherapy and chemotherapy. So recent data, or not so recent anymore, stated that we need at least a dose of 87 grade to the HRCTV, so that is to the cervix at the time of brachytherapy, to keep local control rates larger than 90% for large volume diseases. So large volume diseases is typically what we see in our department, and I'm sure throughout South Africa. So how can we achieve that? The goal is actually reachable if we do adaptive radiotherapy, image guidance. So especially, particularly brachytherapy plays an important role in achieving that goal. So adaptive radiotherapy was already introduced in the late 1990s. So it is a closed loop of the radiation process where we can modify the treatment plan based on a feedback, systematic feedback of measurements, and we can then incorporate those measurements to modify the treatment plan and re-optimize it so that we take into account all the treatment variations. So adaptive radiotherapy can address patient-specific treatment variations, and we know that there are systematic variations like weight loss of the patient or organ movement, and then also random like tumor regression and intrafraction movements. So these variations occur on different time scales, ranging from seconds to hours to days. So usually these methods or treatment strategies are binned in the three groups that you can see there. So we have offline, which is when you will re-optimize or adapt your plan between fractions. Online is when you do the adaptation just before the treatment fraction, and then real time is during the treatment. So the aim of my study is actually part of the previous talk as well, was to develop an image-guided adaptive strategy to compensate for all these all these variations in tumor shrinkage and organ motion based on the equivalent uniform dose. But these strategies should be flexible enough to retain a minimum workload system, because we know we have resource limitations and also staff limitations. So just quickly, the treatment strategies that I looked at was a fixed margin strategy. So for this, we all know it's a population-based. So we have a CTV and we just expand it with a certain isotropic margin. So the margin that I looked at was, I will tell you in the next slide, sorry, the internal target volume. I looked at variable margin volume, coverage probability, and then for the adaptive part, we looked at offline, online, and also coverage probability with adaptation. So for this talk, I will focus mainly on that last three, the adaptive treatment strategies. So for materials and methods, I had 20 patients in this study. 15 was treated with an empty bladder and 5 was with a full bladder. So for all of these patients, I planned all those that I just showed you. I did plans for all the strategies for each of these patients and did analysis. Again, the contouring was done on all the image data sets, also on the daily cone beam CT images. Treatment delivery was 10 MV photons were used in 45 grays, total dose in 25 daily fractions. The aim was to have our D95 larger than 42.8, which is 95% of the prescribed dose. Average EUD for me to be able to say the plan was acceptable was larger or equal to 44.9. This is just because we saw that this is relatable. The 0.1 drop in EUD is more or less relatable to the 5% or the 95% to the prescribed dose. And then the planning objectives and constraints were those of the RTOG 0418 and also the Embrace 2 study. Just quickly an overview of that, the first three strategies I used. So for fixed margins, I used the 7, 10, 15, and 20 millimeter CTV to PTV margins. I used a fixed nodal PTV margin of 5 millimeters. These were also the plans that I used, you will see when I explain the online offline techniques which I used for the library of plans. For the internal target volume plans, treatment strategy, I used for the empty bladders, I used a combination or a combined structure of the CT image where we had an empty bladder and one where there was a natural filling of bladder for 20 minutes later. So that was a combined CTV of those two and then expanded it with a 10 millimeter margin. And for the full bladders, I used CT1, or that was just the CTs that was acquired pre-treatment on 3 consecutive days. The variable margin method is where I used the 95% occupancy probability. I don't know if you was in my first talk, but that is when we calculated using occupancy probability map. So for this, there was anisotropic margins, and also the margins was variable for the 3 structures, the uterus, the cervix, and the vagina separately. Okay, so the offline treatment that we developed was, I'm just quickly going to explain it, is we started off with a 15 millimeter margin. Okay, so the first fraction, we used a 15 millimeter margin. So that was the library of plans was 7, 10, 15, and 20 millimeters. So, like I said, we used the EUD as a dosimetric or as the metric to score these plans. So we know afterwards the analysis was done after the fraction. So we know for the 15 millimeter plan, the CTV received the EUD of 43.2, and we scored that. And then we calculate the average for that specific fraction. So looking at those values at the bottom, the aim was to get higher than 44.9 gray EUD. So from that you can see that for the next fraction, we decided, okay, we need to use a 20 millimeter margin, because that, if it was lower for everything, we just opted for the largest margin. So for the next fraction, we used the 20 millimeter margin, again did the same procedure. This approach was a bit optimistic because we anticipated that the geometries of the previous fraction will actually persist in the next fraction. So what we did is, from the third fraction, we actually build in a safety margin. So there was a minimum margin size that we can use using a moving average approach, as you can see there. So using that, we just did exactly the same for the rest of the fractions. Okay, so I'm not going to explain everything. So on that basis, we could decide which margin we can actually use. So this was done for all 25 fractions, and you can see at the end, when you look at the average EUD, it was 45.2, which is what we actually wanted, which is the prescribed dose. So offline was between fractions. For the online treatment, again, we have our library of plans. So this is what we talked about this morning, a more margin of the day approach. So before, so we chose from the library a margin that was actually applicable on that, the geometry of that day from the images. So again, you can see we just, before the treatment, we decided this is the margin that we are actually going to use, and you can see that is, we did exactly the same. And again, the average EUD was 45.5, which is the prescribed dose. This is just to indicate, to show you, although we actually, for both of these treatment strategies, we got to the prescribed dose that we actually wanted. You can see for the online, I don't know if you can see it clearly, for the online treatment, you can, more frequently, we used smaller margins. So smaller margins means organ at risk sparing was better in the online approach. So you can see that although the EUDs, the average EUDs was the same, we spared more organs at risk because in more fractions we could use smaller margins. Sorry. Okay, so coverage probability. I don't know if you're, or most of you are familiar with this. It's a probabilistic way of planning. So usually we include geometric uncertainties by adding a PTV margin. So we have a CTV to PTV margin, and we know when we make it large enough, we can include the setup errors, organ motion, everything in that margin. But for coverage probability, what we do is we use images instances. So we have occupancy maps, like I explained this morning. So occupancy maps gives us an indication of what is the frequency of that structure being in a specific position. So the approach that we followed here is we again used pre-treatment images. So for example, for the empty and the full bladder, we used 3 pre-treatment CTs on 3 consecutive days. So with that, we can get information on what is the movement that we can expect throughout the treatment. So for the normal approach, when you have a CTV to PTV margin, there's always a trade-off between the target and organ at risk. So you either underdose your target or you overdose your organ at risk. But with coverage probability, you don't have a margin, so it's marginless planning. So you can actually so what you see on this image is the PCTV is that dark blue one. And when you look at the actual slice, you can see in the overlap region where that green arrow is where the rectum is. And we can see that the CTV, the occupancy of the CTV was actually very low in that region. So we can permit a lower than the prescribed dose in that region, so we can spare the organ at risk, which is overlapping in that region. So it's a more relaxed type of approach. So with the coverage probability, we use these instances, the 3 instances, and we just created one plan, and that was used for the rest of the treatment. And then we obviously use the EUD to score and see when there's a trend of losing coverage to the PTV. So the results, there you can see the box plots. So the open ones is for the empty bladder patients, and the solid ones is for the full bladder patients for all the strategies that I looked at. For the 7mm margin, you can see there's a lot of underdosages, but let's focus on the off and on and online and coverage probability. So you can see the median is well above the 45 gray, which is the prescribed dose, and there were no underdosages seen in those 3, the adaptive approaches that we followed. Something that I just want to draw your attention to is if you look at this is the small bowel data for all the strategies, and you can clearly see Again, the open or the solid ones is for the full bladder. You can see there's a large difference dosimetrically when you look at empty bladder and full bladder. So here you can see the advantage of using full bladder, because full bladder push the small bowel out of the way, so, and that is out of the high dose region. So looking at the DVHs, that is the DVHs for all the strategies, for the average DVHs for the small bowel, for empty bladder, and that is for full bladder. So you can clearly see the dosimetric advantage of using full bladder. This is just the results for the bladder, rectum, and sigmoid. So you can see the trend is more or less the same. You have lower doses in this strategies with smaller margins, but of course that is at the cost of underdosages in your PCTV. The on and offline margins, this is just to show you that for the full bladder, empty bladder, on and offline, you can see for offline we use smaller margins, but again for both of these techniques, the average margin that we could use was 10 and 12 for the offline technique and 9 for the online technique. I just put this in to show you, this is for one patient where we adapt using the coverage probability method. So you can see we saw the green dots is just the normal plan, and then at fraction 19, we saw there was a trend going down, the PCTV UD was going down, so we decided at fraction 19 to adapt. So what is nice about coverage probability is you can then, at fraction 19, you can take an XVI or a cone beam CT image, and you can then include that in your probability map. And you can weight that one more if there's a change in your geometry. So then you have new information and you have a new plan. Sorry, something is happening here. So you have a new plan and then you can adapt. So you can see after we adapt, we could actually recover the EUD to the CTB, which is the blue dots as well. That large underdoses that you see there was seen in all the different strategies, and not one of the strategies could actually recover that dose. When we look at the organs at risk, you can see for the rectum and the sigmoid, after the adaptation of that plan, we could actually spare more dose to the rectum and sigmoid. The bladder and small bowel, however, had just a bit higher dose after the adaptation. So how did I decide which one was the best strategy to follow? So I used an objective function from literature, which was based on the equivalent uniform dose to do the scoring. So what it does is, so you will have a function for your targets. So you can see the EUD 0 is the objective or the planning aim, which will be 45, your prescribed dose, and EUD 0 for the organs at risk will be the maximum tolerable dose that you can that you will allow. So at the end, you use the target and the organ at risk objective function, and then when you take the product of that, you get a final score function, the F function, and then based on that, I ranked the strategies. So of course, so these values for the F or for the objective function range from 0 to 1. The lower the values are, if it is very low, it means you were underdosing your PCTV, and if it's low for the organs at risk, you were exceeding the doses that you allowed or you want to allow. So we wanted to be higher than 0.5 for both the target and the organs at risk. So looking at the data for the empty and the full bladder protocols, you can see this is the scoring that was achieved. So obviously you can see for the targets, which is a blue bar, you can see that there was target undercoverage in the smaller margins, the 7 millimeter margins, and then it will increase to 20. But when you are at the 20 millimeter margin, you are giving very high doses to your organ at risk. So there is a trade-off. But you can see for the online and offline strategies, which is the adaptive strategies, both of them were above that line. So based on this data and the scoring that I used when I ranked the plans, for both of these groups, the empty and the full bladder, the online strategy ranked first. So this is based on your target and your organs at risk. Second was the offline strategy, and then in third place was 15 millimeter margin for your empty bladders and the 10 millimeter margin for your full bladder. So coverage probability was only done for a smaller group of patients in this study. So, but when I included this, coverage probability came in third. So you can see that coverage probability is really something that gives you the same dosimetric results as the on and offline technique. Okay, so just quickly, of course, I said you need to implement a strategy that can actually, the workload should be feasible in your department. So when we look at this imaging, when we look at the imaging, for all these strategies, I use daily imaging. So for coverage probability, we use 3 pre-treatment images, as for the other strategies, just 1. So there's a bit of a higher workload. Planning is based on the amount of plans in your library, or for coverage probability was only 1, and for 15 millimeter as well. The dose accumulation was done by EUDs for all these strategies. The quality assurance depends on the number of plans you have, so there is a trade-off that you need to do. And then contouring is the same as the number of pre-treatment data sets that you use. Of course, if you want to adapt any of these strategies or re-optimize a plan, that will be, your contouring will be continuous, so it depends on how many times you will adapt for the contouring, and planning will also depend on how many times you will adapt throughout the treatment. So in conclusion, a personalized or individualized online adaptive strategy is most effective to account for target motion and deformation, yielding sufficient target coverage and good organ at risk sparing. On the other hand, coverage probability is an appealing alternative to these strategies, and you can actually reduce the workload of coverage probability, the imaging workload, because you don't need to image or daily. You can just image weekly, and if you see something is wrong, you can just adapt then, because we use the EUD as a scoring mechanism, which gives you the worst case scenario, so you can quickly see if something is wrong. In the literature, they state that the 15 millimeter margin is a safe option, so my study actually confirmed that. So we get adequate tumor coverage with a 15 millimeter margin, but organ at risk sparing can be improved. And if we know we can improve something, I think we owe it to the patients to try and improve their treatment. So my last remark is that when you are at the point of clinical implementation of a study or adaptive radiotherapy in your department, it really is a multidisciplinary team effort, and all the role players need to know exactly what is expected of them. And it is important to do research, and not research and using someone else's strategy, but really get the data from your treating institution and the patients that you are treating. Thank you. So we are using, actually, my study was also done using Hyperion. So Hyperion is the research version of Monaco. Okay, so it's not something that is clinically used, so we haven't implemented that yet. That is something we are actually in the stages of implementing or testing out which strategy will be best for our department. But coverage probability is definitely something that we are trying to do, yes. Sorry, no, that was for, in my study, I had 2 groups, empty bladder patients, or patients treated empty bladder, and full bladder patients. So we used 3 pre-treatment CTs. No, it is patient-specific. So what you will do is you can decide if you want to treat your patients using empty bladder protocol. You just ask the patient to come in, empty the bladder, and then on 3 days you will just use those images, and you will have like an occupancy map indicating what the extent of movement will be. So that is patient specific. So based on that information, you will generate a plan for the patient. And you will do the same for the next patient. So it is individualized. Thanks.
Our next speaker is going to be Ms. Water. She is going to present on this topic, radiotherapy teaching during COVID-19 and emergency teaching response. When she talk of COVID-19,
I think it has kind of become a taboo topic, but sorry. Okay. There we go. Just need to get my setup. Can everyone hear me? Okay, great. Good day all. My name is Elaine and I will be happily presenting radiotherapy teaching during COVID-19 and emergency response. This is the story of the virtualization of the Access to Care Cape Town training program when we were faced with a pandemic. A few disclosures. I am the project manager for Access to Care Cape Town, although only 7 months fresh into the job. I am presenting this on behalf of our team back in Cape Town, and special thanks to Professor Jeanette Parks, Hester Berger, and Nanette Hubert for the content and, most importantly, the confidence boost. A quick overview and history of Access to Care. Who we are and what do we do. We are in the 9th year of the Access to Care program, which was created in 2014 and went live in 2015. It was created as a collaboration between Varian Education and 2 Cape Town-based universities. The University of Cape Town, which is responsible for radiation oncology and medical physics training, and also the Cape Peninsula University of Technology, which is responsible for radiation therapist training. The aim of Access to Care was to create short course training programs focusing on the practical skills required for already qualified radiotherapy professionals to safely move to more advanced techniques, with a focus on African low to middle income countries. All training is facilitated at Groote Schuur Hospital in Cape Town. The first course that was created was named From 2D to 3D Conformal Radiotherapy, and today Access to Care has expanded to 6 courses in total. The program has since 2015 trained 35 teams from Africa, as well as Pakistan and the United Arab Emirates. Why do we need radiotherapy training? Radiotherapy is a highly technological and fast-changing field, and with change comes the need for education. The problem that we are facing in low to middle income countries is that radiotherapy education in the world is often not aligned to the circumstances of the countries in Africa. Their circumstances are determined strongly by the availability of equipment. When the world was doing LINAC-based 3D conformal treatments, 60% of African countries only had cobalt-60 units and were doing 2D palliation. The year 2000, although some people were regretting that it was to come into existence, 2000 introduced advanced techniques like inverse planning to the world, and only 20 years later, Africa is facing the challenge of adapting to new techniques. Also, keeping in mind some of yesterday and today's talks on the cancer burden in Africa. With that, the Access to Care program was born, with the expected ups and downs. These were some of the challenges that were faced during the development of the course. Firstly, clinical governance. how to legally separate a corporate entity, Varian, from two academic institutions, and clearly define the responsibility of each. How do we still maintain academic freedom? The team had to find a dedicated space big enough to house access to care and define who is responsible for the space. Another challenge was how to perform practical demonstrations without pressure to hospital or clinical work. How to facilitate interactive, hands-on planning training without buying a very expensive treatment planning system or having a non-clinical LINAC available for demonstrations. One main challenge was how to integrate knowledge between the radiation oncologist, the medical physicist, and the radiation therapist, thereby replacing the rad onc says to we have decided. After brainstorming course development, the in-person model was refined and built with these key building blocks to overcome the challenges mentioned in the previous slide, namely e-learning, didactic lectures, alternative platform teaching, hands-on planning, practical demonstrations, and continued mentorship. Didactic lectures were done in classroom, and alternative platforms such as VERT were used. VERT is a commercially available LINAC simulator. Very cool. It could be used interactively to visualize concepts and practice in a controlled environment without risking damage to any equipment. Access to remote treatment planning system Eclipse allowed for hands-on planning with teacher-led sessions. Teams were assessed and evaluated on their work. Whiteboard exercises encouraged engagement and quick thinking during the radiotherapy design and procurement game, which was designed in-house. Live practical demonstrations were done over weekends to eliminate clinical pressures, which included quality assurance and physics tutorials. Teams were mentored for a period of 3 months post-course via email. Come 2020, and another key challenge emerged: lockdown. How did the model change? The employment of Zoom and VULA was vital to the development of the remote teaching model. Lectures could be done live or pre-recorded. Practical demonstrations also had to be pre-recorded or streamed from bunkers. The Access to Care team transitioned to remote teaching in only 3 months. A lot of stressful, hard work, considering there was no wine available. This brings me to the aim of the study: to evaluate the changes applied to the Access to Care radiotherapy training program during the pandemic. 5 themes were investigated. Firstly, computer hardware and software changes, e-learning resources, program and curriculum changes, key challenges, and the alignment with the principles of modern medical education. Authors Folletti et al. Identified 5 principles of modern education in the e-book, Innovative Medical Education in the Digital Era. A good read. These include interactivity, bidirectionality, blendedness, transnationality, up-to-datedness, or BUT-B. So, to go into more detail, interactivity, teaching activities should encourage interactivity to boost curiosity. Bidirectionality, there should be a flow of information and knowledge between the educator and the student, and also between students. Blendedness, teaching should include old and new methods to encourage engagement. Transnationality, teaching should encourage understanding of cultural diversity. And up-to-datedness, teaching material should be refreshed year after year. This is probably the most challenging one. I am sure fellow educators can relate. Looking at the results of the first theme, computer hardware and software changes. What changed and how was it used? Didactic lectures were done over 6-hour Zoom calls with breakout rooms. classroom assistants could remotely monitor each team's screen during planning sessions. Video and short clip recordings were made using OBS, a free online recording software, and distributed via Vula. Vert live streaming was not possible at the time due to Windows 7 installations which did not permit an open internet connection. So Vert had to be pre-recorded. Whiteboard exercises became virtual, and teams had to present their design and procurement games via Zoom using PowerPoint and, most importantly, their imaginations. Eclipse was accessed all over Africa through VMware monitoring. Practical demonstrations such as physics quality assurance, patient setup protocols, and basic Linux operation were streamed live from radiotherapy bunkers. Enter stage left, a 100-meter network cable. Lastly, participant feedback was obtained through SurveyMonkey subscriptions, which provided better data visualization and analysis. The second theme, e-learning resources. Laranora is a teaching platform which was used as pre-course learning. Completion rates could be tracked, and this encouraged completion among participants. For some teams, there was a clear distinction between a certificate of attendance and a certificate of completion. They took it very seriously. Vula, a learning management system, was available free of charge from UCT, and all course material could be shared on this platform. The third theme, program and curriculum changes. Virtualizing the program meant we could spread out the course and minimize the impact on clinical work. Instead of 21 continuous days, it was done over 3 one-week blocks over a course of 3 months. We believe this had a significant impact on knowledge retention. Blocks were short and sweet. Better yet, there was no travel cost. In addition to these changes, 5 new courses were also developed, 2 of which were aimed at addressing advanced radiotherapy techniques, and the remaining 3 were targeted trainings, which included a pediatric radiotherapy course. Some of these courses were created as collaborations with international partners, Planning for Africa from United Arab Emirates, and Radica Developments from Italy. All of this would not have been possible if not for the virtual nature of the Access to Care program. The fourth theme, key challenges. Stable internet connection was the biggest challenge. Thorough technical testing is essential to the success of the program. Teams' connection to remote Eclipse platforms had to be tested. The ideal setup for remote attendance was 2 screens, one for Zoom and one for Eclipse. Various backup plans had to be in place to ensure teams don't get left behind if their internet connection failed, which it did, over and over. For example, TeamViewer and Zoom screen share. Virtualizing the course changed the skill set of the person managing the sessions. Appropriate IT skills and troubleshooting abilities are a must. Since the course ran for a full working day, time zones excluded some countries which were 4 hours ahead or behind. Online engagement is an ongoing battle. With cameras off and mics muted, there is no confirmation if teams are attending. A way around this is to encourage interactivity. Despite these challenges, teams felt the level of teaching was appropriate and felt better equipped to safely implement modern radiotherapy techniques. Teams also felt that connectivity lag was the biggest hurdle and that remote training should not completely replace in-person training. The final theme of investigation is the alignment with the principles of modern medical education. But B. You won't forget it after today. Firstly, interactivity. Examples are use of Zoom polling, chat function discussions, quiz sessions, team presentations, and a very useful app called WooClap. Duplicated screens allowed for direct monitoring, and classroom assistants could give individual attention. Bidirectionality. Teams were asked to present their cases to assessors to showcase their new planning or contouring skills. Teams also presented their clinical guidelines and departmental design and procurement games, which they developed as part of the course. Blendedness. Synchronous learning was achieved through Zoom live streaming, and asynchronous learning was achieved with Laranara and Vula. Word simulation software was also an alternative platform. Transnationality. The program expanded to include international collaborators, which allowed for variation in teaching styles and clinical experience. Lastly, up-to-datedness. Training material is reviewed annually. Looking back now, in 5 years, 13 teams were trained with the in-person course model. Since we are physicists, I'll convert that to a rate. 2.6 teams per year. In 3 years, 22 teams were trained with a remote model. That's 7.3 teams per year. Virtualization meant an increased geographical reach, and more teams could be trained without the excessive travel costs or departmental resource depletion. Many opportunities and insights into radiotherapy practical training and online teaching models were provided. Modifications were performed at a manageable cost, and the main concern related to upskilling the home team in information technology and technical troubleshooting. To conclude, although the pandemic has brought many challenges to cancer care and cancer education, it has also opened new avenues to teaching and training. The immediate decision to virtualize the Access to Care training program has allowed the program to continue to function optimally and to reach further than ever before. Future plans. Going forward, we have started implementing a hybrid model, which includes 2 weeks remote training, followed by 1 week in-person training. This will incorporate all the advantages that remote and in-person training has to offer. Also, the opportunity to travel to Cape Town has proven to be a great encouragement to participants. We are already seeing improved commitment and completion rates. So all in all, we are just another brick in the wall. Thanks, everyone. Okay, thanks everyone.
Disconnect this because it's
No, this side?
One of
this side. Okay. There we go.
Okay, there you go. Let me see if he's not gonna repeat.
Yep.
What is the
Yep. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. So Last presentation of the day. I hope I will not PowerPoint you to death. This is a presentation about standard imaging, who is represented by Azimed Joe Azevedo, who you know probably very well. I'll try not to PowerPoint you to death, just to present the company briefly, and also to go through some products that we have on the portfolio recently, which might be of interest, because I heard in last presentations there was some scanning of phantoms, and this is what we're going to talk about mostly today. So our company, we are a company dedicated to QA, amongst the leaders in stereotactic QA. Our values are essentially learning, integrity, family. Standard Imaging is a small company. It's below 100 people in the world. We believe in a family spirit. We believe we want to have fun. This is a picture of one of our employees going up Mount Kilimanjaro in Africa, together with the efforts of Radiating Hope to raise funds for centers in Africa. I'll spare you the details about where we are in terms of we're a leader in radiation oncology, just like everybody else. We have a lot of users worldwide. Just to put a few things on the map, our operations is in Wisconsin, right next to tomotherapy, where tomotherapy started actually. We've got offices in New York, in Argentina, in France, in Romania, in India, in Dubai, and in Beijing. So we're basically covering the planet. In terms of growth, standard imaging has been actually growing probably a little bit faster than the other actors in the QA industry. I mean, part of it is because we start from a smaller position, but as you can see, Africa here is about 46% increase in. We're talking about dollar volume business because there are needs in Africa for QA. A lot of centers have been requested our solutions. Where we stand at the moment in Africa, in red are all the countries where there are standard imaging solutions. In some countries we have a few products. In some countries we actually have half of the installed base, such as Kenya or Morocco, for example, or Burkina Faso, where 100% of the centers, okay, 2 centers, are equipped with standard imaging solutions. So we're there on the map. We're on the map and we're proud to actually help the African continent. In terms of our products, I'll pass the big details. We have one product which is very known on the market is a beam checker. It's a daily QA device which can be used by the therapist seamlessly. There are other products such as electrometers, the water phantoms, and probably a lot of you have heard about the Lucy Phantom, which is on the bottom left side, which is an end-to-end QA solution where you can insert many inserts from chambers to film to inhomogeneity inserts in order to do the complete end-to-end QA imaging and radiation therapy. We also have released a few products recently, such as I think that's a product that is known in the world now, the W2 scintillator system. It comes in 2 versions. W1 is actually 1.1 and 3 millimeters, and W2 is 1 per 1 millimeter resolution scintillator. Things like the Cybercross for the Cyberknife to be able to align the system. One interesting product is a consistency check phantom, which is a simple phantom made of virtual water, allowing with 3 chambers to be able to check consistency of the system without needing a radioactive source, which in some countries in Africa can be very useful. I'll pass over the new products we have in terms of software. One interesting one is the Structure AI, which allows you to actually do QA of your auto-segmentation system. So basically that allows you to compare one auto-segmentation system compared to the other and to evaluate how good it does a job. It also can be used in education facilities to evaluate how people contour manually as well. So that's a very useful one. In terms of patient QA, we also have a lot of solutions. Adaptivo is known in the world for one of the standards for in vivo dosimetry using the portal imager, the MLC log files, and the cone beam CT in order to reconstruct the dose in the patient. As well, on the right, I'm sure 3D has been released recently, which is a true Monte Carlo 3D secondary TPS check, which is actually getting a lot of momentum at the moment in the world. We got a few products in beta testing. The DoseU 3D will come with helical scanning pretty soon. We're revising the beam checker, the serial checker, and we're also coming up with, on the right, a new version of the Mimi Phantom, which will be MR compatible, which is getting useful because we see more and more MR Linux these days. And then more and more, I'll pass on that. A few things we've actually done in the recent past was to acquire some companies because standard imaging is growing. So we acquired this company, which was making our virtual water phantom. So they basically were making plastic in the quick art phantom. This is now integrated into the standard imaging portfolio. And last but not least, and that's what I want to talk about today more, is we acquired back in September a company called IMT. Which is based in New York, and this company is specialized in making anthropomorphic phantoms. And so the idea was that standard imaging has the Lucy phantom as sort of the gold standard in the QA world at the moment, which is a very high precision device which is used mainly for stereotactic QA. Then again, IMT increases the portfolio with several phantoms. I'll speak about 3 of these today. So the Maxi A, which is like sort of anthropomorphic, looks like a head, and it's a phantom where you can actually have easy access QA, which means that this phantom is positioned on the couch. You can have it with different types of inserts, but the main interest is that whatever you do, you don't need to use any tools, you don't need to remove it from the mask in order to change the inserts, which is absolutely very, very useful. It just works with some simple black clips. It's pretty versatile. It allows you to have a lot of flexibility in terms of being able to put whatever insert in the phantom to check what you want. For example, Winston Lutz test. So you basically plug the block into the phantom, off you go with Winston Lutz. Same thing with multi-target film insert. Likewise, you will get different zones with different volumes, and you'll be able to check sorry, and develop with a gap-forming film. Likewise, of course, we've got ion chamber ion chamber inserts, which allows you to have different plugs for different standard imaging chambers, like the A26, which is a very small chamber, or on the right, the scintillator, the W2. So you ask us, and we'll make the plugs specifically for the chamber you want. Likewise, it comes with a 6DOF simulator, which is basically something you position on the couch, and it will offset, tilt, and roll in order for you to evaluate the actual 6DOF effect. So essentially, it allows you to do an end-to-end test, much like the Lucy Phantom would do, but it has structures. It's sort of more easier to use than any other Phantom on the market. Likewise, for body, we have the DP1000, which is then a thoracic phantom, which has different zones. So it allows you to basically do the imaging, do the QA, put the inserts, and check also the dose and the accuracy. It's got external markers for laser alignment, which are easily seen. Also, it allows you to place the index bar so that you can actually put it on the couch in a reproducible manner. It has Hounsfield unit uniformity and constancy volumes to be able to check. It also has slice thickness verification, the slice sensitivity profile in the Phantom. As well, you can do line pair checks. So it's basically comprehensive Phantom, and lastly, you can do DICOM orientation with the different engraved signs that you have, the head and feet, and front and right, back and left. Also, target margin volume areas are there, so you can basically see your CTV, your PTV, and the regions. Sorry. And you have anthropomorphic markers such as pseudo ribs and spine that allow you to sort of orient yourself. Lastly, there are ion chamber inserts in there where you can actually have up to 6 ion chamber inserts in the system, which again, we will drill the Phantom according to the ion chamber you want. It can be a standard imaging chamber, it can be a PTW chamber, it can be anything you want. We're not restrictive in that sense. And you can also insert film and OSLD in different areas, including there's a spine insert on the bottom right, and there's a OSLD insert also for the spine there. So that is basically a pretty comprehensive Phantom for SBRT QA. Last but not least, the Max HD SRS Phantom. The difference with the Max EA Phantom is that this Phantom is responding to MR and CT. without having any liquid in there. So it's pretty seamless and pretty easy to use. It will allow you to scan, to plan, to localize and treat just like the other two phantoms. The difference is that you will have the MR image, the CT image. Of course, you can fuse the image on your treatment planning system. The phantom looks like this. So again, like all the phantoms, it rests on the couch. The bottom is flat. It can be put in the mask or on the index bars. And it allows you to have standard inserts, such as ion chambers or multiple film planes. Again, this one is capability to have only one insert in the brain, on the back of the brain, as you see. And sorry, and you can have different optional accessories such as multiple film inserts and different spacings. And it will allow you to basically be able to do your complete CT, MR, end-to-end test, both imaging and treatment. So in a nutshell, trying not to PowerPoint you to death, this was what I wanted to say about the standard imaging phantoms. What they are, there are more. There's the MR grid phantom, there's also a cube and a CT alignment phantom. We can always discuss that later during the breaks if you do wish so. Thank you very much. And unless there are questions? Yeah. So question was about the daily equipment, namely the beam checker. It can store up to 9 volts and up to several weeks of data. So basically the therapist takes it and puts it on the couch. You know, one side for electrons, one side for photons. It's stored automatically, and as soon as you put it back on the cradle, which will recharge the battery, it will then download the data. So you have this available on your PC for treatment. Okay, so the question is how resistant are the chambers, or who's got the most resistant chambers? So what I can say about chambers is standard imaging has probably the best reputation in terms of ion chambers. We guarantee them 5 years. People say that you can play drums with the chambers. I never tried, but they're pretty solid. Yes, and yes, you can drop them. They're probably more solid than many other chambers. Yeah. Yeah. You can set everybody free. Thank you. Thank you.
answered it just now. Just want to start off. Say thanks.
Yes, for everything.